looks like. And today he is batting sixth, so still in the bottom four, but certainly getting a little bit of a bump. It certainly seems like that's something John Schneider likes to do. If you play well, you get a bit of a boost. Batting sixth today, I guess you just might see him moved around in that bottom four. I can't imagine, Caleb, we might see Jansen bat any higher than sixth. I would imagine.
No, I wouldn't. I would keep him where he's at. And a lot of guys, they have success because of the positioning in the batting order, right? So you look at today's order, they got Chapman, Danny Jansen, Tapia, Merrifield, Bradley, rounding out kind of the bottom half. If you add Lourdes Gurriel in there, it kind of moves everybody back down, and guys get right into their spots, so to say. And I like the thump and the thunder that he brings at the bottom of the lineup. It really helps to turn it over back to George Springer. Even Whit Merrifield's really doing a number on offense right now at the bottom of the order. Anytime you can have length of lineup, it's always amazing, especially when you're trying to go up against a Springer, Bichette, Guerrero, even Teoscar or Lourdes. At the top, there's no real break for a pitcher to think, okay, we've gotten through the first 5 or 6. Now we can kind of take a break through the bottom half. Nope. This Blue Jays lineup is strong at the bottom, and that is really important moving into October.
You know, I saw you mentioned Whit Merrifield, and I see he's batting eighth today. What do you think? Do you think Whit sticks at second base even when Santiago Espinal does come back? Because I think Espinal, the recovery plan seems to be that he will be ready for the wild card series. There's a very strong possibility he's ready for maybe the Tuesday or Wednesday game in Baltimore against the Orioles here coming up here to wrap up the season. But let's just say Espinal does come back. Maybe they get him in there just to get him some playing time. But in the playoffs, I wonder if you might not see Merrifield just start at second base.
Yeah, I would agree. And we spoke to Santiago Espinal today when he was coming off the field from some of his pregame work. And we asked him, how you feeling? What are you thinking? And he alluded to the fact that he thought he might be active and ready at some point in that Baltimore series. And that for me is just kind of getting back into the flow of the ABs, being able to kind of get a little bit of timing down. But it's kind of about playing the hot hand this time of the season. Whit's really had the hot bat when it comes to the tiebreaker, I guess, because Espinal's been hurt. I absolutely think that Espinal is going to make some sort of impact during the season, during the playoff run, because of his versatility, because of his defense. If it was me right now, I would have to go with Merrifield just because he's in the flow of pitching, seeing pitches, being able to maneuver the bat around. It's one of those things that you don't want to get caught putting a guy in. This is what scares me about Lourdes, to be honest with you. You don't want to be caught putting a guy into a playoff scenario who hasn't had a lot of ABs, because remember, playoff scenarios happen. You're not facing that fifth starter. You're not facing kind of the blowout pitcher from the bullpen. You're facing the studs, and you're going to face the studs over and over and over. And so to get that timing, to get that rhythm back, it takes a minute. Hopefully both of those guys can get that at some point in the Baltimore series. And there's no minor league games, so it's not like you can go make a rehab start. It's a really tough position to be in as an injured player. But for me, Whit Merrifield's got to start. If at some point you elect to go with a stronger defensive setup late in the game, I think he's the perfect guy to go in, because remember, defense never slumps, or shouldn't.
Chatting with Caleb Joseph here on the Blue Jays pregame show. Blue Jays color analyst with Ben Wagner on the Sportsnet Radio Network. So you're a former player, Caleb, and we're talking about rhythm and patterns for guys like Whit Merrifield. I remember yesterday before the game, John Schneider was talking about how Merrifield was a guy who was an everyday player in Kansas City, wasn't an everyday player when he came to Toronto because of the situation in the outfield and at second base. Injuries have now made him an everyday player, which is good to see because he's embraced that role and he's been playing well. He's in a better rhythm, like you're talking about. Is momentum and being in rhythm, you can't really quantify that. Like, it's not something you can put a statistic next to, but is that a real thing as you've observed as a major league player?
100%. And I lived it. I came to the big leagues in 2014 with the Orioles as more of kind of a starter from the minor leagues. And I had to figure out how to get into a routine of not playing every single day. And it started to work out. I started to kind of figure it out a little bit, but it was so difficult to replicate game timing and game speed. You can go into the bat cages, you can ramp up the machine, you can pull it high velocity, but there's nothing like game speed and game rhythm and game timing. And if you look at my stat sheet, it's not very impressive, but I'll tell you, if you go and look at, I think 2015, I had 350 ABs, and that was probably my best offensive season. That was the most ABs I had because it was consistent. I had played, I think, 100-something games that year. And when you're playing every day or every other day and you have this rhythmic session of playing, you're able to really figure some stuff out. And it's not the play one day, maybe have 2 or 3 off, trying to work on some stuff in between those starts and then go back out. And by the time you get 3 at-bats into that game after 2 or 3 off, you start to feel okay, but then you go and sit for 2 or 3 more days. So it's kind of a cycle that is really tough. That's why when you ask bench players to come off the bench after sitting for 3 or 4 days and they don't really do much on offense, it's really easy from a fan's perspective to say, oh, this guy stinks, he's no good. But if you put him in a regular playing time scenario, they're probably going to do a little bit more than what they show as a bench player. So I'm not surprised one bit that Whit Merrifield is having the success he's having. He's a really, really good player. Remember, 2 or 3 years ago, he was one of the hottest trade targets coming out of Kansas City, and a lot of people wanted him because of his versatility with the glove, and he does so much right on offense. He plays the game the right way. He made a base running play in the Yankees series that was just a very simple base running play, but he impacted that game. And guys that do a lot of things right, they are really valuable to Major League Baseball clubs. And the fact that he's now starting to hit is a really good sign for the Blue Jays. And I think it's because of his more consistent playing time. And don't forget, it takes a minute to get accustomed to the routines, the travel, the setup inside Rogers Center, all your teammates. There's so many things going on when you switch teams, when you find a new organization. He was with Kansas City for the entire time. So it's a whole different change, whole different mantra, whole different mindset. All of these different things start to play in. And once you get really settled in, and then you add in the fact that he's playing a lot, I'm not surprised one bit he's producing.
Yeah, Whit Merrifield is interesting, right? Because he made his debut for KC, I think the year after they won the World Series. I think it was in 2016. And you and Ben were talking about this yesterday and how the Royals suffered a number of 100-loss seasons. So very, very fun to see Whit Merrifield experiencing the playoffs with a team like this. And especially after the trade at the deadline kind of made everyone go, that's an interesting one. And then now he's become a relatively integral part of the lineup at second base. So you talk about base running, and a guy who you and Ben also talked about this yesterday, I think at length, and it was pretty fun to watch it on the field too. Teoscar Hernandez made a fantastic play. He got out of home plate on the hit on the double. He was speeding around first base, got into second on the hustle double, as you refer to it. He's moved back to the cleanup spot today. Do you like that for Teoscar Hernandez based on what we've seen recently?
Absolutely love it. And that's the type of intangible that he can bring every single day. And that is mental. It's not physical. It's a mindset. When you show up to the park every day, being able to let it all out there, you can lay your head on the pillow at night and be okay, even if you go 0 for 2, 0 for 3, 0 for 4, whatever. But when you have opportunities to really impact the game, there's 3 phases of the game. It's pitching, offense, defense, and actually one more, base running. 4 phases. Base running is such an underrated part of the big leagues. And I hear Kevin Barker talk about this all the time on Blair and Barker. It's so true. The base running in the big leagues is just overall horrendous. And so when you have good base running plays, it really stands out. And that for me is the separator. I'm always looking for the separator. What's the difference between a really good team and just an average team? And then you combine all those really good teams, and what's really the difference? And for me, it's these little integral parts of the game. And usually base running is at the forefront when you're talking about these minute parts of the game. But he came out of the box. He read it perfectly. It was a good time to do it. There was 2 outs. So if you're going to make the 3rd out at second base trying to advance to get to scoring position, that's acceptable. Now, if there's no outs and he doesn't get a great read and he's out at second, that's not a good read. That's a mental mistake. So everything about it was right. His jump, his anticipation, his hustle, his angle hitting first base was perfect. He kept in stride, slid into second, barely safe. And the Blue Jays ended up scoring 2 runs that inning, if I remember correctly. And it all was started with that 2-out hustle double. So when you get all 9 guys in the Blue Jays lineup playing like that, that gets me fired up. And that's when I can start to really get behind this team and think they're going to make a deep run. Now, when you have lackadaisical plays on the other side of it, I don't love the way that they stack up against all these other teams. So that's the kind of stuff that I look for when I watch the Blue Jays. I don't even look at the hitting or look at the pitching or look at the defense until all those type of plays are really tight and buttoned up. then you can start to analyze what's going on with all the other phases of the game.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned the base running. I don't know if you heard Jay's talk, Caleb. I think it was during the Yankee series, and Blair and Barker were doing it, and Barker had some choice words for the Blue Jays base running, especially after the Bo coming off the bag and Vladdy running around first and getting thrown out at second. Like, there were some not so great mental mistakes made by the Blue Jays, and if they clean that up in the playoffs, because you don't see a lot of those kinds of mistakes in the playoffs by the top teams, the Yankees, the Astros, the Dodgers, etc. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the Blue Jays look like, certainly today, and in what you hope are just tune-up games in Baltimore, because there's not a lot of games left, only 4 games before today's ball game. I see Kevin Gossman here on the screen here at Baseball Control, and he's doing some warm-up tosses out there in the outfield. And, someone had called in on Jay's Talk yesterday, or maybe they had texted in, but they were asking about what the order for a potential 3-game wildcard series would be. And we've talked at length about maybe Stripling over Barrios for game 3. I think that issue has now been put to bed, certainly, especially after last night. He was great again, 6 shutout from Stripling. But Gausman, people were even suggesting maybe you go Manoah, Stripling, Gausman to set yourself up for a potential ALDS instead of Manoah, Gausman, Stripling. Like, you might be splitting hairs here, but I'm curious where you fall on that.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I have actually been thinking about that the last couple of days. And I have no sources, I have no inside information, but just a guess. Sometimes when teams start to set up their rotations late in the season, they kind of tip their hand inadvertently. Well, it might not be inadvertently. It might be on purpose, maybe. But they tip it in terms of the rotation. So if you look at how the last 3 games have gone for the Blue Jays, it's gone Manoah, Stripling, Gausman. And can they easily flip them? Absolutely. They can easily flip them, and it wouldn't be a problem. But I found it interesting that on the off days, the way that they have maneuvered these last 3 starts for these big boys, which I believe Stripling will be a guy making a start in the playoffs over Barrios. It's interesting how they took those off days and lined it up, Manoah, Stripling, Gausman. I always found that to be really interesting. So, yes, there's a case to be made. I think it might have to do with how the first game turns out. You got to hope that Manoah goes in there and wins the game. And so if you're in that middle game, it might not, I'm not going to say matter. They all matter. But I think at the end of the day, you'd like to have, if it was just a 2-game series, you would obviously have Manoah, Gausman. But if you have Manoah, Stripling, and then it comes down to a game 3, it's awful nice to have Gausman there on game 3 to hopefully secure the rubber match.
Caleb, before I let you go real quick, I think right now it certainly seems like in the playoffs, it's going to be a Jays-Mariners matchup. You never really know, but after the Rays lost last night, I believe a Blue Jays win today and one more Rays loss would basically eliminate the possibility of seeing the Blue Jays play at the Trop, which I'm sure is a welcome news to most Blue Jays fans. But for you, if you had to pick between the Mariners and Rays, what do you think the best matchup might be for you?
Oof, I was just talking to Bo Bichette about this on the field before, and I think personally the Rays here at Rogers Center would be a really nice matchup. The trio of Gilbert, Ray, and Castillo, I'm a little bit scared of that. And I know their offense in Seattle is a little bit streaky, but those 3 guys are way more intimidating to me than what the Tampa Rays are going to throw out. And the familiarity with the Rays, I was talking to Bo, I said, look, if you play the Rays here at Rogers Center at home, for me, the series would be dictated by if the Blue Jays play their game. If the Blue Jays show up, play a solid Major League 9-inning game, they don't have any self-inflicted wounds, they get contributions from their big guys like they have all season. Manoah does what Manoah does. The offense does what the offense does. They play pretty solid defense. The series should be over. I think that's probably the best matchup for me personally. But again, I'm not afraid of Seattle, but those potentially 3 top guys in their rotation, they could present some problems that I think the Rays are a little bit underneath.
It'll be interesting to see how the games end up for these teams. The Mariners, I believe, have a game in hand, and they have a double header against the Detroit Tigers on Tuesday, so a lot of eyes will be on that one. But yeah, Mariners, Rays, you certainly just hope that the wildcard series will be at home at Rogers Center. Caleb, I probably won't see you in person for the rest of the season because no matter what, I'll likely be here at Baseball Control. So I'll just say this. It's been fun getting to know you this season, sitting next to you in the booth down there a few times this year. You're a great teammate. Best of luck, not only with today's game, but with all the TV stuff with Jamie and Joe. And of course, best of luck to your Nashville Predators outside of any games against the Leafs. Do you think we can get a UC Saros and Roman Josi traded to Toronto this year, maybe?
Oh, man. I think the Toronto Maple Leafs fans would absolutely love that. Those two they're keepers. They're great, but we've got them locked down in Nashville for a long time. We're not going to let them go easy. But again, thank you. I've enjoyed it as well. You've been really, really kind to me and all the listeners out there. I really appreciate you guys hanging in there with me this year, trying to get my feet wet and on this side of the field, and hope it's been insightful info that you've learned a little bit from, because I'm having a blast, and hope it's one of many. So thank you very much.
That's Caleb Joseph joining us from the Rogers Center. Caleb's the man. I love it. He always is very generous with his time. And yeah, he's been a great addition to the booth at Rogers Center with Mr. Ben Wagner. Ben and Caleb, of course, have the call of the game. First pitch flies at 1:37 p.m. Eastern today, 10:37 a.m. Pacific. Again, Rogers Center, game 3 of 3 between the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. Of course, Caleb is a former catcher, and of course, the Blue Jays catcher, Danny Jansen, had 5 RBI yesterday in a 10-0 win. He spoke to Hazel May. As you might imagine, he was the star of the game. He spoke to Hazel May after the game on field. Here's what he had to say.
Toronto Blue Jays offense notched 21 hits, 10 runs, 5 of those runs driven in by Mr. Danny Jansen. Danny, you've had to deal with injuries at certain points of the season. We just got started. Okay. You've had to deal with injuries at certain points of the season, Danny. What's allowed you to finish off so strongly offensively this season?
I think it's just feeding off my teammates. I think that that goes a long way, and it's just been fine tuning kind of who I am and figuring out along the way, but feeding off my teammates all the way.
A cap tip to you, a cap tip to Ross Stripling, who went 6 scoreless again this season. You and I have talked about how he's improved and the differences in his game. If you were to choose one part of his game that is different from the Ross Stripling you caught back in 2020, what would that be?
I don't know. The guy's a pro. Preparation is one thing. He prepares with the best of them, and he kind of always stays, calm and cool, or calm and cool. So I think that's what he does best.
21 hits, I tell you. I wish I could bounce back as well as you guys have after that celebration in the clubhouse. What was your favorite part of the clinching party last night?
I was just spraying champagne everywhere. It was a great feeling, and looking to keep doing it.
We're looking for 4 more celebrations just like that. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, you got it.
That is Danny Jansen chatting with Hazel May. 5 RBI from Danny Jansen gets him moved up in the batting order. This is what the starting lineups look like for the Jays and Red Sox. George Springer is leading off. He's DHing today, so kind of a half day off for Springer. Bo Bichette is at shortstop. He's batting second. Vladdy Jr. is batting third. He's at first base. Teoscar Hernandez moved up in the batting order as well. He's cleaning up today in right field. Matt Chapman at 5 is at third base. Danny Jansen, as I mentioned, batting 6th. He's catching today. Ryan Tapia batting 7th in left field. Whit Merrifield remaining at second base. He is batting 8th. And Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field. He is batting 9th. I'm so curious. I am honestly so curious to see who makes the postseason roster between Bradley Zimmer and Jackie Bradley Jr. I would think, you don't know for sure, but I would think you'd rather have the bat and certainly the glove of Jackie Bradley Jr. Can he move on the base paths at this point in his career, maybe as well as Bradley Zimmer can? Maybe not, but I think I would still rather have his eye at the plate than for JBJ over Zimmer at this point. Remember, it's an active roster of 26 players, which means that come playoff time, you can have 13 of those players, a max of 13 of those players be pitchers, and you can certainly have less than 13. So it also begs the question as well, do both Mitch White and Yusei Kikuchi get left off the roster if you want to have both Zimmer and JBJ? Do you have JBJ leave Zimmer off and have Moreno in there as well, perhaps? Because I think no Alejandro Kirk in the lineup today, probably just as a maintenance tune-up day as the final thing of the series here. So we'll have to see how things go going forward. But I still think Kirk and Jansen got to be in this lineup as much as humanly possible. But that does it for the pregame show. Blair and Barker have Jays talk after the game, and for the rest of the season, Ben and Caleb have the call of the game. Kevin Gossman, Michael Waka in the mound matchup. Have a great weekend, everyone. We'll talk to you afterwards. Blair and Barker have Jays talk. You've been listening to the Blue Jays pregame show on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Toronto. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd leave you and move to Edmonton, but I had this great job opportunity, so I came here in 2019. And so far, I've been pleasantly surprised. The people here are friendly and helpful. The food scene is amazing. There's plenty of stuff to do, and I bought my first house for just over $400,000, which is kind of like a cherry on top.
Alberta is calling. Learn more at albertaiscalling.ca. A message from the Government of Alberta.
It's our 30th anniversary at St. Louis Bar and Grill. You've heard of the silver anniversary and the golden anniversary. Well, 30 years is the wing sauce anniversary. It's totally a real thing, trust me. So put on your highest quality plastic bib, break out the good wet naps, and put on that t-shirt that says 30 flirty, saucy, and dirty. Or as I call it, the 30 flirty, saucy, and dirty shirty. Come into St. Louis Bar and Grill and celebrate 30 years of devilishly good food and drink.
At Sell Off Vacations, we know about staying covered on vacation. You know, big hats, sunscreen, sunglasses. The right coverage can also help protect your vacation. Seriously, you don't want to go through what happened to me in 2006. Book your winter vacation now to get complimentary protection that'll cover you better than a hat ever could. Insurance is underwritten by the manufacturer's life insurance company, Manulife. Terms and conditions apply. In store with 6 locations in the GTA, online, or just give us a call.
SellOffVacations.com. You don't ride an elevator for the music, and you don't pick an airline for the movies. So when it comes to audio entertainment, it makes sense to choose Audible. It's the home for stories told by the biggest stars, like John Hamm, Kerry Washington, and Kevin Hart. It's home to epic adventures, chilling mysteries, and can't-miss comedies. Audible is the home of storytelling. Let your imagination soar with audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Start listening free at audible.ca.
At TSC, we care about shopping better. Discover exclusive daily offers on all your favorite brands. In-home, kitchen, fashion, and jewelry. Shop your way with interest-free Easy Pay. Enjoy the products you love at amazing prices. And feel good about your choices. Because smart, savvy shopping is always worth it. Let's shop better at tsc.ca.
It's been so long since I've been to a party, but the sitter's waiting. I can't drink like I used to, and I probably shouldn't drive. But I don't know anyone who can give me a ride. Maybe if I drive slow?
Safety concerns discourage women who have been drinking from taking a ride with someone they don't know. You leaving, Kate? My sister's picking me up. We could take you home. Drunk driving is a woman's issue, too. Learn how to reduce the risk at changetheconversation.ca.
Some terrific things start with a T, like Thornhill Toyota. Totally on trend, yet entirely timeless. And they want your trade-in. Come use the value of your current vehicle toward the one you really want. Are you stuck with a lease? Want to avoid fees? Book an appointment today and find out if Thornhill Toyota can buy out your lease, even if it's not a Toyota. Come and experience the Thornhill difference today. Visit thornhilltoyota.com. Come for the history, stay for the future. Thornhill Toyota, Dufferin north of Steeles, a division of Wayne's Auto Group.
Hi, it's Catherine from Great Canadian Meat. A lot of people ask, what's so great about Great Canadian Meat? Well, it tastes great for one. Just read our customer reviews. Ray says our meat is pure magic. And Nick says very impressed and even more happy to be supporting a local company. It's great because it's Canadian. Or as Madeline says, this truly is a great Canadian meat company. Tell us what you think. You can buy our Great Canadian Meat at greatcanadianmeat.com.
Fall is here. Drive the best of all worlds at Don Valley North Lexus. Now is the time to take advantage of these incredible offers. Right now, lease the 2022 RX 350 Premium Package from just $318 bi-weekly for 39 months at 4.5%. They're here in stock and available for immediate delivery while supplies last. Expect excellence online and in the showroom. Visit DonValleyNorthLexus.com. A proud member of Wayne's Auto Group.
Mondays, 10, 9 Central on City TV.
Your name is Dr. Ben Song.
You were the lead physicist on a time travel project called Quantum Leap.
The past
You time travel into other people.
can be fixed.
There's someone in the past. You need the help.
The time has come.
Just out of curiosity, if the person I leap into dies,
You die too.
good to know.
Quantum Leap. All new. Mondays 10, 9 central on City TV. Or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com.
Way more than just the score. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan. This
It's carrying well, and it is gone.
is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swinging on this, he struck him out with a fastball to finish the ball game.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. This afternoon, the Toronto Blue Jays will close out the home portion of their schedule, looking to sweep the Boston Red Sox. Once again, it's a pleasure to bring you to the broadcast booth. I'm Ben Wagner next to Caleb Joseph. Back at baseball control today is Show Ali. Behind the scenes, Brett Armstrong and Tom Young will help bring you the broadcast. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. 0 hangover effects for the Toronto Blue Jays after clinching a postseason berth. In fact, it's been next level. The Bats have out-hit the Sox 34-8, scoring 19 runs, and behind Alek Manoah and Ross Stripling, posted back-to-back shutouts. Toronto is rolling, and they have a shot to sweep the Sox on Sunday afternoon baseball that begins right after this across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Welcome to Wagner Field, and here's tonight's starting lineup. Leading off is Armstrong Brilliance, sure to bring colorful Cardinals to your backyard feeder. Up next, Armstrong Jays Blend, the feed the Jays just can't resist. Finally, it's Finches for Days with Armstrong Gold Standard.
You'll be amazed at the action in your backyard when you serve up Armstrong's lineup of premium blends.
We're in for a big game tonight. Fans are tweeting about it already.
Armstrong Bird Food, feeding Blue Jays and other feathered friends since 1986.
We're 2 men and a truck, and we've got lots of men and lots of trucks. Whether you're planning a move to a new home or to a new office down the hall, big or small, we move them all. We even sell packing and moving supplies. But no matter what you need, we'll do it with a smile. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. So when you're planning your next move, call 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
That's the sound of one of my favorite customers ever. His name's Jeremy. His dad Frank called me when it was time to replace their drafty old windows and to take advantage of our limited time sale. As a dedicated Pella advisor, I make getting new windows and doors simple. And when it comes to installation, nobody does it like Pella. Our local team can typically install in just a day.
Pella Windows and Doors. Toronto homeowners recommend Pella Windows more than any other window brand, based on a 2020 survey of leading window brands among homeowners.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Santiago Espinal has done it again. An RBI double.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Yankees blank the Baltimore Orioles today, winning 8-0. Nestor Cortez did it again. Has Danny Jansen done it again? Back at the wall, and it's gone! The second home run for the Blue Jays here in the 5th.
You've had to deal with injuries at certain points of the season, Danny. What's allowed you to finish off so strongly offensively this season?
I think it's just feeding off my teammates. I think that that goes a long way, and it's just been fine tuning kind of who I am and figuring out along the way, but feeding off my teammates all the way.
It could be the teammates. It could be the bottom half of that batting order yesterday, helping the Blue Jays absolutely throttle the Boston Red Sox. A 10-0 win on the heels of a 9-0 shutout victory to open up this 3-game series and give the Blue Jays a shot to sweep the Boston Red Sox. Danny Jansen was right in the middle of it, going 3 for 4 at the plate yesterday, hitting a home run, and the solo homer for his 15th of the year, and he drove in 5 yesterday. When Danny Jansen's bat is going, certainly he adds length to this lineup, but that becomes a very, very potent bat to have somewhere nestled in the bottom half of the order with production that we're seeing from Raimel Tapia, Whit Merrifield, who's absolutely blistering the ball, and the Blue Jays are firing on all cylinders and having absolutely zero hangover effect after clinching a berth into the postseason during their off day on Thursday afternoon. They are rolling. They've got 3 more on the road. This is the finale of the home portion of the regular season schedule, and it matches up the Blue Jays and the Boston Red Sox. Welcome to the ballpark, everybody. We have blue skies above, but we are indoors on a chilly afternoon here in downtown Toronto, so the fans will stay nice and cozy in the climate control of Rogers Center. I'm Ben Wagner next to Caleb Joseph. And Caleb, you have been in these situations where guys, for whatever reason, really start rolling all at once. We've seen it from guys at the top half of the order, like George Springer, who's swinging it. Bo Bichette has had an unbelievable 2-month run for the Blue Jays. Teoscar Hernandez looks like he's busted out of his little funk. And now you start to get guys like Merrifield and Tapia, most notably known as role players, getting more opportunity to play because of injuries. They are feasting on it right there in the middle of it. You heard the voice of Danny Jansen. This is a thing.
It really is, and anytime you're winding down on the major league schedule, it's so important to finish strong, and even more important to finish strong when you know you're going to be playing meaningful games in October. And you alluded to it earlier. It's the consistent ABs. As soon as Raimel Tapia got consistent ABs, he's really done some special things. Look no further than, like you said, Whit Merrifield. The more ABs he's gotten, the more comfortable he's gotten in this Toronto Blue Jays atmosphere. After being traded from Kansas City, he's really settled in. And just the way he's swinging the bat, the way the ball is coming off the bat, looks very vintage Whit Merrifield, the same guy that I played against that was just an absolute pest to play against in Kansas City. He's shown up, and what can you say about Danny Jansen? Started off super hot this season, landed on the IL, as you heard Hazel May saying with Danny, and then has kind of refound it. But this entire 2022 season for Danny has been a real good one in terms of him being able to figure out who he is as a hitter. It's just too bad that he wasn't able to do that the entire season due to those injuries, but the numbers he's putting up have been really impressive. He's hit career high 15 home runs, and that's amazing to have that sort of length of lineup at the bottom. Always really good during the season, but super important going into the playoffs.
Playoffs will be the next step for the Blue Jays, and they hope the next time they race onto this field, they will be hosting the American League Wild Card. That is still very much in play as we look at the standings update presented by Bet365, the world's favorite sportsbook. Who knew where at this point? We do know who. All 3 wild card positions have been secured. The Blue Jays are in the top spot, the Seattle Mariners and the Tampa Bay Rays. Seattle have won 4 in a row after losing 8 out of the last 11. Meanwhile, the Tampa Bay Rays were shut down by Christian Javier in Houston yesterday, took a 2-1 loss, and the Rays have dropped 8 out of the last 12. So certainly fading away down the stretch. Blue Jays trying to keep the pedal to the metal. They want to be right back here next Friday and host the wild card game. One further step that they could do, continue their season dominance against the Boston Red Sox. Let's get to the starting lineups brought to you by Timbermart. Are your home improvement projects throwing you a curveball? Talk to the folks at Timbermart before you begin your next job. They have the material and know-how to make sure you've got your bases covered. Timbermart is Canada's building center. Red Sox will lead off with KK Hernandez, Tristan Casas, and Tommy Pham here in the first inning. JD Martinez, Christian Arroyo, and Abraham Almonte in the meat of the order. Yu Chang, Bobby Dahlbach, and then Connor Wong round out the card for the visiting manager, Alex Cora. The Red Sox are 75-83 on the year. DHing today is George Springer, Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. round out the top third of the Blue Jays lineup. Teoscar Hernandez moving up to the cleanup spot with no Alejandro Kirk today. Matt Chapman and Danny Jansen obviously doing the catching. Raimel Tapia is in left field with Merrifield at second base. Jackie Bradley Jr. in the middle of the diamond. in center field for the Blue Jays this afternoon. The Blue Jays 89-69, one more shot to get 21 games over the 500 mark. That would be the high water mark of the year if they can sweep the Sox today. Kevin Gausman, here's the word. Let's play from Eric Bacchus, the home plate umpire. Kike Hernandez in the right-handed batter's box. Today's first pitch swung on and fouled back for strike one. Kevin Gausman has had an outstanding season for the Toronto Blue Jays, an earned run average hovering around 3 for the majority of the year. He has won a dozen games, but at times not receiving a lot of run support. That's why there's this oddity when you look at his record with double-digit losses. Gausman, the right-hander, set, and the 0-1 pitch. Fastball's in tight, 1 ball and 1 strike.
I was shocked, Ben, to look down today and see those 10 losses. I've been following the team this entire season. And with Gausman at 3.3 ERA, I really could not believe that he had 10 losses.
1-1 pitch to Hernandez. Sinks down and away with the slider missing, and it's 2-1.
It's like the exact opposite of the Drew Hutchison. I think that was, 6-7 years ago, Drew Hutchison won like 17 or something games, had like a 5 ERA, tons of run support.
Swinging a high fly ball out to center field, moving Jackie Bradley Jr. off to his left as it lined up. Kike Hernandez retired, and with that, officially away we go here in downtown Toronto today. We check in indoors at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 20 Celsius. Outside, it's a little bit nippy. 12 degrees Celsius, 53 Fahrenheit. Our first pitch from Kevin Gausman was fired at 1:39 this afternoon here in downtown Toronto. Blue Jays and Red Sox finishing up the final of this 3-game series and head-to-head play. I've got your numbers, by the way, on Drew Hutchison. I wasn't going to let that skate by. Here's Tristan Casas. Fastball strike right across the knees, and it's 0-1. We'll get the housekeeping done and all the clerical stuff out of the way. And we'll talk about Hutch. He came to the big leagues in 2012, made 11 starts that year, and then never missed a turn of the rotation, basically, in 14 and 15. The 0-1, swing and a miss. There's a good splitter from Casas. That had him twisted in knots, and it's 0-2. Our first inning today is being brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the heels of that 2012 kind of a splash that Drew Hutchison provided the Blue Jays, he then had Tommy John surgery, and a number of other Blue Jays did too, after falling out of the rotation that year with TJ. 2014, he came back to the big leagues, won 11 games. But then the season I think you're talking about, 2015, he won 13 games and only lost 5. 1-2, swing and a miss. There's the splitter and the first strikeout of the afternoon for Kevin Gausman. That 2015 season was remarkable for a number of reasons for the Blue Jays. One, dissolving a 22-year gap for this franchise moving into the postseason. Last time the Blue Jays had been there, 1993, of course, with the dramatic scene that unfolded here at Rogers Center with Joe Carter and the walk-off home run in Game 6. That 2015 team flipped the script through August and September, made their run all the way to the American League Championship Series. And Drew Hutchison went 13-5, got the run support that Caleb was talking about with an ERA that was ballooning over 5. The 0-1 to Tommy Pham, a low liner caught by Bichette at shortstop, and the Red Sox are retired quickly. 1-2-3 here in the top of the first inning. George Springer, Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting for the Blue Jays right after this across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip is brought to you by the Always
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Every year, we say we'll wake up earlier, exercise more, really rest, and eat healthier. It's hard for us, but for dogs, not so much. Dogs are up at dawn, run for fun, sleep like champs, and they love eating fresh, healthy food every single meal. Give your dog another healthy habit. Real, fresh food from the Farmer's Dog. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/radio.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Here come the Blue Jays with George Springer, Bo Bichette, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. matching up against the veteran Michael Wacha. This season is quite the renaissance for Michael Wacha versus the first 9 years in the big leagues. His 10th season has been remarkable. 23rd start of the year, a 306 earned run average, 123 and a third worth of work, 100 strikeouts, and just 30 walks. The right-hander's first pitch fouled back by Springer. Strike one on the DH today. Blue Jays 20 games over the 500 mark in game 81 at Rogers Center. Walk the lower level of the ballpark today, coming into the clubhouse, and so many of the game day employees celebrating the conclusion of this season, knowing and hoping that there will be more in front of them. The 0-1 inside, 1-1 strike. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of game day employees that all rush to Rogers Center on a game day. And, of course, springing into action very early today. The 1-1 pitch from Wacha. Springer pops it up on the left side. The third baseman, Bobby Dahlbach, in the baseline. Off the bag, makes the catch on Springer. And there's one down. We're still scoreless in this first inning. Bo Bichette is coming to the plate. So while there are many different layers of leadership and activity from the executive office to the front office to the game day personnel, it is a season that is complete and still going for many members, that so proudly wear whatever uniform they arrive at Rogers Center wearing. And I think all of them are very proud of the alternate blue uniforms that Bo Bichette and company are wearing today, knowing that the Blue Jays, for the second time in 3 years, are going back to the postseason. And this time, it'll be very reminiscent of 2016 with the energy that Rogers Center will have. The 0-1 to Bichette is low. 1-1 strike. 1-1 strike on Bo Bichette. What a month that he has had. Looking to gather in a Player of the Month award in the American League. 1-1. Low liner, speared on a bounce at second base by Arroyo. A throw over to first base, and there are two down. We're in the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth tonight. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is strolling in. Blue Jays are 46-34 here at Rogers Center. They've certainly had their success in this ballpark against the Boston Red Sox, going 7-2. A little bit better, though, at Fenway Park. The pitch to Vladdy. Missed up and away. That's ball one. Blue Jays won 8 out of 9 at Fenway Park this year. The 1-0 pitch. Ground ball shot out to second base, or Chang, the shortstop. Near second base, he lets the throw go, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is retired on the ground. 1-2-3 work by Michael Wacha here in the first. We're off to the second with no score. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet.
You're one of the lucky ones. You were born a Bears fan. Your Sunday best is always blue and orange, and Sunday dinner is always eaten around a pop tailgate. And now you're even luckier because with the Chicago Bears PNC Bank Visa debit card, you can get special discounts on certain Bears merch and concessions. Show you're a Bears fan from the gear you wear to the card you carry. PNC Bank. Passion pays. For details on discounts and other offers, visit pnc.com/BearsCard. Visa is a registered trademark of Visa International Service Association and used under license. Copyright 2021 PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Goodbye! Bo Bichette ties the game with a soaring home run.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Up to the second inning, being brought to you by Miller Lite. Baseball's in full swing, so why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of Major League Baseball. 90 calories, 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. No score. We start the second. J.D. Martinez, Christian Arroyo, and then Abraham Almonte against Kevin Gausman. We're indoors today at Rogers Center. The right-hander rocks idle. The pitch to Martinez. Fastball on the inside corner. Strike one. The Red Sox are 75-83. They will return to Fenway Park to wrap up their regular season with a lot of disappointment. Alex Cora was lamenting about that, but he promised not to mail in the final 3 days of the regular season. The 0-1 to Martinez. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. JD, not the pop that you would expect in the meat of this order. He's going to continue to play. His average is at 271. That's certainly respectable. 43 doubles is tied for the American League lead with Bo Bichette. So he's run into a number of them. Not exactly racking up the doubles with his legs, though. He's peppering Fenway's monster. The 0-2. Swinging a line drive into left field, a base hit. That's what we've seen all season long, and a byproduct of a 271 average from J.D. Martinez. Solid line drive contact.
Yeah, he's still a really good hitter in this Boston Red Sox lineup. The power, like you said, has not evaporated, but it's taken a little bit of a step backwards. But he's still a massive part of that offense. And remember, he did not decide to opt out. So Red Sox are on the hook for a couple more years, I believe, contractually.
Runner at first. Nobody out for Christian Arroyo. Gausman deals. Fastball split the dish for strike one. Arroyo at 278 on the year. 6 home runs and 32 driven in. Multiple position player at second base this afternoon. The 0-1. Chopped off foul at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. I bring up Alex Cora saying, we're not mailing it in. We're going to roll out and have respectable lineups, keep the rotation in order as well when they go back to Fenway Park. And that's a little bit because, one, the Red Sox are getting healthier, and they want Nathan Eovaldi to continue to throw. Nick Pavetta's been rocky lately. And then Rich Hill is lining up for the season finale. He's had a really good year at 42 years of age. The 0-2. Arroyo fouls it away at the plate. Stays 0-2. But this lineup is not exactly what you can expect on Monday. This is the creative lineup that Alex Cora was talking about over the 3-day stay here at Rogers Center. That's Eric Bacchus in the background. Maybe the Blue Jays are asking why that appeal was over to first base, and it was because he wasn't sure that the ball hit the ground, and it definitely did not land cleanly into the glove of Danny Jansen. That's why this is bad is continuing. So it's 0-2. That's the chirping you heard in the background. Runner at first, nobody out. The 0-2 in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So anyway, to sew up Alex Cora kind of quipping with the media when we were chatting with him in the dugout on Friday, he said, Will Venable is going to manage essentially these next couple of days. I'm going to be in charge of making the pitching changes and the stuff that you see on the field. But Will Venable is somebody that's kind of moving his name higher and higher on pecking orders for future managerial spots. So he's essentially running the club these 3 days, including making out the lineup. Today included. The 1-2 fouled back. This is a lineup for the Red Sox that doesn't have Xander Bogaerts, 1 day into his 30th year. Also does not have Rafael Devers in it. So a couple of the regulars getting a late day of rest before lining up the next 3 days at Fenway Park.
Yeah, Venable's name's been attached to a number of different managerial searches. And there's at least 4 that I can count that will be available next year.
1-2 is waved at and missed by Arroyo. Second strikeout for Gausman.
And that's with the splitter, and the splitter's been really active in today's game so far. Going back to Gausman's last 2 starts, I think he's been around 30-40% with the slider. He's really thrown a ton of sliders over the last couple starts. So far in today's game, out of the 19 pitches, a number of them splitters. So I want to get a little bit more into that in a little bit, Ben, but that's what I was going to be looking for in today's game. Is Gausman going to lean a little bit more on the slider? Is he going to lean on the splitter? Does the lineup dictate that? Bunch of right-handed hitters in the lineup for the Red Sox today.
Runner at first, 1 out. Abraham Almonte takes down and away. That's ball 1. That slider made him very, very effective against the New York Yankees on Monday. He struck out 7, only walked 1. In the last 12 1/3, Gausman has only surrendered 2 runs. 6 innings and a shutout. The Blue Jays took a loss in extra innings at Philadelphia. That was the first of the 2 starts that you referenced where that slider came into effect. Almonte takes low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Second time of the career, Kevin Gausman, 200 or more strikeouts. His 31st start of the season today. 31-year-old from Colorado. The 2-0 pitch. Check swing by Almonte. Did he go? Doesn't matter. The pitch is there for a called strike. And it's 2-1. At what point will a pitcher, Caleb, decide, all right, today is a day that I want to use my splitter. Today is a day that the slider, I think, is going to be better.
A lot of times it depends on the matchup and who the other side is presenting in the lineup.
2-1 pitch, a liner out to left center field. Bradley on the move, can't get there in time. He jumps into the air to handle the bounce out of the turf. Martinez strolls his way towards third base. A throw to second. Merrifield gets the tag down late on Almonte as he went over the bag at second, but then quickly hustles back. Runners at second and third for the Red Sox with 1 down.
That ball off the bat of Almonte just continuing to slice away from the center fielder, Jackie Bradley Jr. He had a great beat on it. It's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that gets a lot of the plate, and Bradley just couldn't catch up to it. The action of the ball took Bradley to his right, played it a nice hop. A lot of guys will try and go deep and try and get maybe that second hop. Martinez might have scored there, but Jackie Bradley jumped up, snagged it, made Martinez hold at third.
Yu Chang, the batter, takes in the dirt, ball 1. 4th different team this season for Yu Chang. Last time the Blue Jays saw him, he was wearing a Pittsburgh Pirates uniform in Bradenton. He's been a Ray, he's been a Guardian, and now a Red Sox. 67th game over his 4 stops in the big leagues this year. Vladdy in at first. Middle of the diamond back. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Are we early enough into the start today to define what Kevin Gausman is going to rely on?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Chang, the number 7 batter.
He's used the fastball to get ahead. That's no surprise. He's done that really throughout the course of the season, but way more splitters, 10 splitters so far, only 3 sliders. And that to me was the question mark. A bunch of right-handed hitters in the lineup for the Bo Sox. That's a good time to maybe use that slider, but he's leaning heavy on the split. I'll tell you why, and I think in just a second.
1-2, fouled away at the plate. There's another splitter chopped off by Chang.
So you go back, Ben, to the last 3 starts. On the 15th, faced Tampa Bay, that lone start against the National League in the Philadelphia. And then he faced the Yankees. So I think I've been thinking about this for a little bit. Why was he throwing so many sliders? I think it's possible that he might face those 2 teams in the playoffs in Tampa Bay and New York. And maybe he wants to hold that split.
1-2, hit sharply foul past the third base bag. Whistled right in front of the chest of J.D. Martinez. So it's a little bit of don't show your cards too early. Give guys a feel, any sense of comfort. If you're talking about the Rays matchup or, of course, the last time out against the New York Yankees.
Anytime you see a pitch over and over and over and over, you get more comfortable. And if you can hold it for even just 1 start, of course the Rays and, of course, the Yankees have seen that splitter. But if you can hold it for 1 start, especially going into a playoff series, might benefit him.
The 1-2 pitch. Fastball's a little bit low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And, man, how much has changed just in 1 week? The Tampa Bay Rays looked like they were still contending for home field advantage in the wild card. And the Blue Jays thought, well, the Rays might be coming here, or maybe they would go to the Trop. But overall, 8 out of 12 have been dropped by Tampa Bay. The Rays are in. They know that. But now they might have to go to Cleveland. And it's the Mariners and Blue Jays that will lock up.
Right.
The 2-2, tapped away foul at the plate.
It might come down to the final day. Who knows? That's what I like about the Blue Jays team is the fact that they seem to be sprinting to the finish line. It's one thing to limp into the finish line. It's one thing to sprint into the finish line. I just love the fact that they're taking care of business. They're playing their game, and they're really sprinting to the end of game 162.
The 2-2 pitch. Chang backed away by a 97 miles an hour fastball, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kevin Gausman has faced the New York Yankees 3 times this season. He's faced the Tampa Bay Rays 4 times this year. And if there is a playoff matchup against Tampa Bay, it would be the 4th time since July the 2nd. Chang battles away a splitter. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So there's the familiarity, perhaps, that you're talking about, and why displaying so many sliders.
And he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing out there in Kevin Gausman, and he can see the end game. He can see the finish line. He can see what could be coming next. Wouldn't be surprised if that was a strategy he had.
2nd and 3rd for Boston. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the splitter, and finally Chang goes down. He battled and battled and battled against Gausman. Finally put him away on the 10th pitch of the at-bat.
It was an extended AB, as you just said. Been a lot of fastballs up and in. Threw quite a few splitters that he didn't get Chang to chase on. This one's down and away, and Chang just early releases, has no chance, falls to a knee. He's so far out in front. And anytime you've got runners at 2nd and 3rd, less than 2 outs, you really need a punch out. He got one right there.
Bobby Dahlbach, the batter. Runners stay at 2nd and 3rd. The pitch. Fastball cruises over for a called strike 1. We've seen the good fastball early from Kevin Gausman. It's been 95, 96, and up to 97 miles an hour. Last start of the regular season for Kevin Gausman. The 0-1. Swing and a line drive to center. Here comes Bradley on the move. Can't get there in time. It's down for a base hit, and the Red Sox will play to pair. Martinez, the first of two to score. Abraham Almonte, who set it up with the double, he's in, and it's 2-0. Boston on the base hit by Bobby Dahlbach.
Just a perfectly placed soft liner by Dahlbach. The pitch is a slider. It's hanging. It's not terrible. It's middle down. If it's on the outer half, it's a cue shot, but because it's catching a little bit more of the plate, he's able to get just enough wood on it to dump it in that Bermuda Triangle to score 2 runs.
Dahlbach's at first, 2-0 Boston. The very first run scored by the Red Sox in this series. They were shut out on Friday, didn't score on Saturday. Connor Wong rolls run weakly out to second base when Merrifield picks it up with 2 hands, throws it on to first in time. That will retire the side. Red Sox are on the board, a 2-0 lead, middle of the second. Blue Jays coming up. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Activate next level fans.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Game of the regular season this afternoon. Boston in front 2-0. Red Sox in town, wrapping up the season series that has been absolutely dominated by Toronto, going 15-3 against the Red Sox this year. Have to come from behind, but plenty of time to do so, just down 2-0. Oscar Hernandez, Matt Chapman, and Danny Jansen coming to the plate. Next to Caleb Joseph, I'm Ben Wagner, back at Baseball Control this afternoon. Show Ali. Blue Jays will close out the regular season in Baltimore. First of 3 beginning against Mother Nature tomorrow. The weather looks awful. Oscar Hernandez swings and he drives the first pitch straight away center field. Back at the wall, turning around. That ball has landing lights on it. Into the WestJet flight deck. What a blast from Teoscar Hernandez. Number 24 on the year for Teoscar cuts the Boston lead in half.
I've played a lot of road games here. I have never seen a ball hit that far, Ben. Wow. First pitch ambush, and man, no question about it. He knew it. Almost hit the Jumbotron.
Michael Walker to work. Throws up and away. Ball 1 on Matt Chapman. Into the cleanup spot with no Alejandro Kirk in the lineup today. And making the most of it on the very first hack. Oscar Hernandez has Toronto on the board. 2-1 Boston. Strike in on Chapman. 1 ball and 1 strike. Walker to work. There's a pop-up. Shallow center. Circled by Arroyo, the second baseman. Now called off by Chang as that ball veers to its left. Chapman's retired. There's one out here in the second inning. That is territory that Teoscar Hernandez has played in before, but not many are taking it to the second level in straightaway center field into the WestJet flight deck.
Said it yesterday, Ben. He, pound for pound, might be the strongest guy I've ever played with.
Danny Jansen takes low, ball one.
And it was evidenced right there. It just, when you go to center field, that's big boy territory.
1-0. Jansen tracks inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Let me try that again. Big boy territory. And it's one thing to hit it into the seats that have the black covering on. It's another thing to hit it over that.
2-0, a check swing. Pitches there for a called strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. The black covering over the seats, the batter's eye, if you will. The 2-1. Swinging a foul back by Jano. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You have to clear the entire 100 level, go into the 200 level. Now, sometimes the power hitters can pepper the seats down the left field and the right field line. At times, certainly, you can play into the second deck if you're Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That kind of string. Teoscar Hernandez also has it. But that's a different level. When you go straight away center field over the batter's eye. 2-2. That's high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. For Teoscar Hernandez, that ball soars 437 feet, leaving the bat at 113. Toronto down a run. 3-2. In the air, up the line and left. Into foul territory. Dahlbeck, Chang, Pham over, looking for a chance. It's into the seats. Stays 3 balls and 2 strikes. Danny Jansen flexed his muscles yesterday. A 3-hit day for Danny Jansen. He's 15th home run of the year on a day that he drives in 5. What a day for Danny Jansen. Driving home half of the runs yesterday in the Blue Jays' 10-zip win. He's one of the guys that is peaking at the right time. 3-2 from Walkup. Popped up behind the plate. Wong gives it a look, but it'll fade off into the seats. And the battle continues, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Over the last 10 games, Danny Jansen leading a trio of batters in the bottom half of the lineup here that are really producing and hitting not only for good average, but driving in runs, getting on base, doing a number of different things. Jano batting .345 over the last 10 games. Rolls one towards third. It'll dribble foul to Luis Rivera. Three balls and 2 strikes on Jansen. The payoff. Swing and a miss. Jano down on strikes, 2 away after the leadoff home run. I think once the Blue Jays got into the middle of August, they had this sense of urgency where they felt more confident about the playing style that they were having. The bats certainly came to life. A rotation started to really round into form. The bullpen also, while it did have its blips, the bullpen usage, now a month in with the direction of John Schneider, definitely found a groove. Raimel Tapia at the plate, starts the square, pulls back, pitches in for a called strike.
Yeah, I totally agree. The way that they've been able to maneuver that bullpen in terms of those pockets and be really creative in those matchups has played a huge factor in this year's season. For me, coming into it, the bullpen was the most vulnerable part of this team.
Tapia takes a strike on the top part of the zone.
And for me, it's not even a worry anymore. I don't worry about how they're going to cover, how they're going to match up with a certain team. I feel like they've got a number of different guys that can meet a number of different scenarios that might present themselves in the playoffs.
The 0-2, swing and a miss. Tapia's down on strikes. Only damage, the leadoff guy, Teoscar Hernandez, took one off and then parked it in the WestJet flight deck. Blue Jays are on the board loudly, but trail Boston going to the third. Red Sox 2, Blue Jays 1. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip is brought to you by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. If you show up on the Jumbotron, shove a fistful of jerky into your mouth, stat. You'll make the highlights, and you'll be known as Jerky Guy or Jerky Girl. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side, baseball fans.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds, expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Every year, we say we'll wake up earlier, exercise more, really rest, and eat healthier. It's hard for us, but for dogs, not so much. Dogs are up at dawn, run for fun, sleep like champs, and they love eating fresh, healthy food every single meal. Give your dog another healthy habit. Real, fresh food from the Farmer's Dog. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Third, being served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. Blue Jays trail 2-1. Red Sox get a 2-run single from Bobby Delbeck, a solo home run for Toronto from Teoscar Hernandez. Kevin Gausman goes to work. First pitch floats in. That's the slider, a called strike on Kike Hernandez. In between innings, Caleb, we noticed on our monitors that Kevin Gausman was having that middle finger of his throwing hand examined by Voon Chung, one of the trainers of the Blue Jays. The 0-1. Sent high. Fastball missed. 1-1 strike. We were talking about the frequent usage in this ball game of the splitter. And when it rests in between the index finger and the middle finger, as it tumbles out on the delivery of Gausman, usually there is a hot spot that rubs up. Most of the time, Gausman is very comfortable with that little bit of a blister, that little flare on the inside of the middle finger. Arriving, if you will, over the course of a start. Swing and a miss by Hernandez, and it's 1-2. Time called at the plate. Is there a point, you know Kevin really well, you were with him in Baltimore, with this splitter, is there a point that it might become too much of a concern? 1-2 in the dirt.
There is a point, Ben, and I think Kevin's going to be really honest about it. And he had some of these blister issues back in Baltimore, and if you don't catch it early enough, it can get to a point kind of no return. So almost like a sickness. If you catch it early enough, you can get on top of it and prevent some further damage.
2-2. Fastball's low. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Kike Hernandez.
So we were talking about the slider usage, wondering if it might have been just the matchup. So I'll tell you, for some reason, when he throws the slider, though, it doesn't hit that same spot of the finger as the split does. Now things are starting to make sense for me with the usage.
3-2, bounding ball up the middle of the diamond. It'll hop into center field, a base hit. Kike Hernandez with a leadoff knock.
So it'll be really important for him to continue to feel that hot spot out and be really honest, because the last thing the Blue Jays need is for Kevin Gausman to go out there and continue to throw on that hot spot, create some friction on that, and then create a scenario where he might be down 5, 7, 8, 10 days. Remember Aaron Sanchez having a number of different blister issues, and it can get really serious if you don't watch out. If you don't catch it early enough, it can take you out for a week or two, and the Blue Jays do not need that.
Tristan Casas, the number 2 batter today. The pitch from Gausman. Taken low, that's ball 1. 8 to 10 days would zap Kevin Gausman for an opportunity to throw in the wild card. Even if you were to bump Kevin Gausman back, if you flirt with 9, 10, 12 days necessary to get that flare under control, that would take him out of the equation for next weekend. 1-0 to Casas. Fastball strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now, of course, that is the worst case scenario we're not all doom and gloom here.
Right.
Again, this is something that we're noticing for the first time in a long time with Kevin Gausman.
Yeah, just something to keep your eye on. That's the main thing. And then for me, I'm just going to look and see if he starts throwing more sliders than splits.
1-1. In the air up the line and left. That'll bend off towards the seats. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Casas. Blue Jays trailing 2-1. Red Sox at the plate. Has been working himself through the lineup for the second time. Tommy Pham standing out on deck with nobody out. Infield back. Casas, the rookie. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've seen splitters in this inning after realizing that Gausman spent some time with the medical staff. We saw one of the trainers working on the finger. We saw another trainer talking with John Schneider. So it's certainly being communicated on what to watch. Blue Jays know where they're headed. Now it's about trying to secure home field advantage in the wild card. The 2-2 pitch rolled weakly off to the right side, picked up by Merrifield. Long throw to second to get the lead runner. Kike Hernandez thrown out 4-6 on the play. Merrifield had a quick decision to make, whether or not to make a quick short toss to first base or make the longer throw, more difficult angle as well, with Bo coming over from short to get the lead runner and try to keep the double play in order.
He sure did. It's coming off the bat of Casas. It's a splitter from Gausman down and away. He gets him to roll over a good one. And like you said, so many second basemen will just field that and take the easy route to first base. But going to the lead runner, it now continues the double play possibility to get Gausman out of the inning.
Tommy Pham, the batter, takes the first pitch, dropped over in the top part of the zone for strike 1.
And the way that he had to shift over and get that baseball, as soon as he corrals it, he's got to kind of make a little bitty half jump turn throwing against his momentum. It's a tough play. It takes a lot of precision, but so important to get that lead runner to keep the double play in order.
Gausman deals. Slider on the top part of the zone, working that upper edge in front 0-2. Set for his 50th pitch of the afternoon. 1 out, runner at first here in the third. Blue Jays trail by a run. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Gausman. That's his 4th. And he went back to the splitter. A couple of sliders running on the top part of the zone away from Tommy Pham. And then that splitter tumbles out and falls right off the table.
4 strikeouts, all on the splitter. He's got a good one today. And quite honestly, Ben, I'm excited to see him continue to throw that splitter. Makes me think that it might just be the beginning of a possible blister, not something that he's trying to monitor. The more he throws it, the better I feel about how that hand is.
JD Martinez, the hitter. Fastball just off the outside corner for ball 1. Red Sox 2, Blue Jays 1. The Toronto Blue Jays single-handedly destroyed the Boston Red Sox season. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Against major league teams outside the Eastern Division, the Red Sox are 52-34. They played to a tune of 23-49. 23-49 within the American League Eastern Division. The Blue Jays have 15, almost a third. The 1-1 pitch In the air out to left. Here comes Tapia racing forward. He'll get there, make the catch, and retire the side. No runs, a base hit, a man left. Middle of the third, Red Sox 2, Blue Jays 1. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Membership fees apply after free trial. Cancel anytime.
Okay, so why do people love my total body bar workouts? Because they work. My clients get an amazing workout and great results. I'm Andrea Rogers, professional dancer and trainer, and my Extend Bar classes are fun, only 30 minutes, and proven to help you get sculpted, lean, and strong. And right now, you can stream my Extend Bar classes for free on the Beachbody On Demand app. See how effective these workouts truly are. Start for free today at beachbody.com.
Conditions apply, plus taxes.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
That's a no-doubter. Teoscar Hernandez connects with a grand slam.
Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
We're back inside the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth this afternoon at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays will bat in the home third inning, trailing 2-1. Boston wrapping up the three-game series with Michael Wacha today. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Whit Merrifield opens the AB for Toronto. Michael Wacha's first pitch. Fastball on the outside corner, strike one. Jackie Bradley Jr. and then George Springer set to follow. Wacha with the hands together, rocks into the line, the 0-1. Swinging a long fly ball. Deep left field. That's a no-doubter. Second deck for Whit Merrifield. Fifth home run with the Blue Jays. That bat got hot when the Blue Jays needed it to. Whit found his name in the lineup every day, and he hasn't missed a step. He's batted .382 over the last 10 games. His first at bat this afternoon knots us up 2 runs apiece.
We were talking about it earlier in the show, the contributions from the bottom half of the order. Seems like it's a new guy every night showing up with a dinger. Tapia, Jansen, now Merrifield.
Jackie Bradley Jr. takes a little high with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball missing. Jackie Bradley Jr., his 38th game with Toronto. Wacha deals. High fastball called strike, even the count of 1-1. I was asking Alex Cora yesterday about Jackie Bradley Jr. and that playoff run that he was in during the 2018 season. Well, he turns on a pitch here and hits it to the 500 level. Foul over the right side. It's 1-2. Postseason in 3 straight years. 2016, lost in the DS to Cleveland. 2017, knocked out by Houston. 2018, finally over the hump and winning the World Series. Little cue shot off the end of the bat. Difficult play. Charging in. Delbuck's got it. Jump throw on to first in time to get the out. Bradley retired 5-3. Alex Cora summed it up. When you get into the postseason, it's not how many, it's when. It's when you get a base hit. It's when you steal a base. It's when you make the catch. It's not that you'd have to dazzle or hit for high average or hit home runs in every game of a postseason. It's that one moment where the pressure is on. It's the biggest situation, and do you succeed? George Springer knows all about it. Swings at the first pitch, ground ball wide at third. In the hole, Chang handles it, throws low to first base. Casas can't dig it. Springer's safe. So the Blue Jays have a one-out base runner and the go-ahead run on here in the third.
It's a fairly easy play for Chang in the hole. He backhands it. He's deep. He's near the cut of the turf and the dirt, so it's a long throw. A lot of times shortstops will give a good long hop there if you don't have the elite 80 arm to get it all the way there. Looked like he was trying to get it there the whole way through. Couldn't do it. Gives Casas a short hop, and Casas can't pick it up.
That'll go down as a base hit for the Blue Jays. George Springer's aboard with the one-out single. Bo Bichette taking all the way. Looks at strike one on the outside corner. Bo's 0 for 1, bouncing to second, his first time up. All MLB team of the month of September, where he hit .403. Had 19 extra base hits, including 7 home runs. 24 big ones on the season for Bo Bichette. The 0-1. Ground ball out to the shortstop. Chang waiting on it. Goes to second. Arroyo's got it for one. A turn to first in time. An inning-ending double play. Blue Jays launch another with Merrifield's turn. It's 2-2 after 3. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
You can forget it! A go-ahead 3-run homer for George Springer!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
This fourth inning is being presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and even make a bet while a game is still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. We join you moving into the fourth inning with a moment of concern. As we were talking about with Kevin Gausman on the mound, spending some time with the trainers earlier in the ball game, that blister must have flared to a point of no return. John Schneider, Pete Walker, evaluating with the trainers, brief discussion with Kevin Gausman. They have removed the right-hander from the ball game, and Zach Pop will enter. So, again, you would have to think at this point in the season with this game, and the Blue Jays know their destination, and that is into October. And yes, I know the calendar reads October, but we're talking about the postseason here. The Blue Jays, with an ounce of prevention here, is worth a pound of cure.
100%. It's about the end game. It's about Kevin Gausman's start in the wild card series, period. You like to win this game. You hope that he could have pushed it a little bit more, but you're not willing to risk a start here to jeopardize something later on.
So Zach Pop is summoned out of the bullpen. He was not loosening. When this pitching change was made. So he'll have as much time as he needs to get ready and pitch in this ball game. We'll see if he's going to just need a couple of pitches or he's going to continue to throw. The Blue Jays have just broken their huddle behind him. They're going to chuck it around the diamond. Let's go back to baseball control from Rogers Center, where we've got a 2-2 game and an early opportunity finally to say hello to Show Ali.
Hello, Ben. Thank you very much. And while Zach Pop completes his warm-ups, why don't we listen to some audio very quickly before we get to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Why don't we hear some thoughts from the players and coaches? We kind of missed out on some of this because of the Blue Jays clinching a playoff spot on an off day. So let's hear some thoughts from the. Okay, so you know what? We actually won't throw you. We won't throw the audio right now. Zach Pop is actually ready to go right now. Christian Arroyo stepping into the batter's box right now. Let's get you back to the Rogers Center. We'll hear from George Springer a little later on. Here's Ben and Caleb.
All right, thanks so much, Joe. Zach Pop didn't take that long to loose it up. He's ready to go. Right-hander deals, and the pitch is fouled back for strike one on Christian Arroyo. Abraham Almonte, Yu Chang will bat here. A 2-2 game. 2-run base hit by Bobby Delbuck. Solo home runs from Teoscar Hernandez with Merrifield, knotting this game at 2 runs apiece. Bullpen the rest of the way. The 0-1 pitch. Chopping ball out to the right side. Wood Merrifield flags it, throws on to first in time. And there's one down. The big talking point, regardless of what happens in this game, will be centered around Kevin Gausman and moving forward. The end game here is the postseason, making sure Gausman can go in that next start. How much of a concern is it at this point in the season for somebody that has definitely backed off of his splitter usage down the stretch to use it and get effective in the postseason?
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning.
Abraham Almonte asked for time, didn't get it. Pitches over for a called strike.
I thought it was either something with a blister or if it was just him trying to hold that splitter and not show that to the Tampa Rays and Yankees. You hope that they've caught it early enough to really keep it at bay. If the blister gets to a point of no return, it's a long process.
The 0-1 missed a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
But the fact that they have taken him out, hopefully they've monitored this over the last 2 or 3 weeks. It gets to a point where they know it might not be very good, so they go ahead and remove it just to save any possibility for the wild card series.
1-1. Fastball from Pop is low. 2 balls and 1 strike. The injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. If your insurance company is a heavy hitter at the plate, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers, your go-to closers. Visit bplawyers.ca. 2-1 from the right-hander. Broken back grounder. Backhanded stab by Pop. Wow. A comebacker reaching around on the follow-through behind the back. Pop stuck it and gets the out at first.
That'll be on the highlight reel for a long time. He releases the ball, his momentum going towards first base. The glove just comes right around the backside as Almonte dribbles it to him, and he just snags it. No look snag. Don't tell me pitchers aren't athletes. They're just lucky.
Pop deals. And he misses low on Yu Chang for ball 1. 2-2 score. Christian Arroyo stunned that Pop stuck that ball. One-0. Fastball's inside. Zach Pop, an emergency pitching change brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, ceiling systems. Certainty, pro all the way. Red Sox and Blue Jays tied at 2. The 2-0. Fastball over for a called strike, and it's 2-1.
Amazing to me, Ben, how many times pitchers actually catch that ball when they try and make some sort of behind the grab stab with a ball bounding up the middle. It happens quite often.
The 2-1. Another hopper up the middle of the diamond. This one eludes Pop. It's grabbed by Merrifield. Whips the throw over to first base in time to retire Almonte. And the inning comes to an end. Midway through the fourth, we're locked up 2 runs apiece, Red Sox and Blue Jays. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Activate next level.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
This is Kevin Biggio, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom four at Rogers Center for the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Blue Jays and Red Sox tied 2 runs apiece. Michael Wacha deals to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And the cutter's outside. That's ball 1. Vladdy is 0 for 1. Bounce to the shortstop at a 1-2-3 first. Blue Jays got leadoff home runs in the second and then the third. Came from a 2-0 deficit to tie the game. Vladdy takes a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Wacha deals the 1-1. Guerrero takes high. 2 balls and 1 strike on Vladdy. 1 for 4 yesterday with an RBI double. Now 35 doubles on the year, 31 home runs, and 96 RBIs. The 2-1. Corked foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was certainly living in the moment, embracing every bit of that post-game celebration that the Blue Jays had on Friday night. He was definitely leading the dance party in the clubhouse and then out onto the field with George Springer and company. The 2-2 lined up the left field side, hooking into the corner, foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes still on Guerrero. And you could tell it. I mean, it was an authentic giddiness to the celebration with Vladdy, and he certainly wasn't alone, but I mean, he was thriving in the element. Two. Fastball's a little outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Back in 2020, when we celebrated, he strapped on a GoPro on the top of his hat, and he hit record. He had all the video footage, so I asked him a couple of days ago, I said, hey, did you GoPro it? And he pulled it out and showed it to me.
3-2, ripped up the left field line, foul. Hit that ball hard, but yanked it foul. 3-2 still. What's the best footage you saw?
It was hard to see, actually. The 10 seconds that I saw, it looked like it was right in the middle of a torrential downpour.
3-2, another liner, hooking foul up the left field line. That's because his teammates did not shy away from dousing him with every can that they could find and every bottle that they could get their hands on.
That's right.
That led to the line with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and I talking on Friday night after that celebration. I said, Vladdy, what's the best part of tonight, and how does it compare to your championship celebrations that you had in the minor leagues? 3-2 to Guerrero. Poked out a play up the right field line, hit well, and towards the 200 level, but foul. That's some serious hang time on that drive by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Vladdy said, well, in the minor leagues, we only got one bottle of champagne to spray. Here we have many.
Such a great line. So true. You make that one bottle in the minor leagues last as long as you can. Big leagues, you just turn around, grab another one.
Payoff to Vladdy. In tight, ball 4. Blue Jays, for the third straight at bat, have the leadoff man on. Hernandez and Merrifield drove themselves in with solo home runs. Teoscar Hernandez had a prodigious blast. Now 24 home runs on the year for Teoscar Hernandez, who's having a big series against the Red Sox. 437-foot home run into the front row of the 200 level. The tarmac of the WestJet flight deck. Pitch in the dirt.
Yeah, Teoscar's really enjoyed hitting against the Bo Sox this year. Coming into today's game, 17 for 43, 5 doubles, a pair of homers, 7 RBIs. You can add a couple more to that list. And in general, over his career, he's really enjoyed hitting off of the Bo Sox. 305 average, 20 home runs.
Fouls away the 1-0.
Certain guys just have certain teams they like to hit off of. There's no real rhyme or reason. I can remember going back and I had no idea that I did pretty decent against the Yankees. Went back and looked at some splits and no rhyme or reason. Didn't even know it when I was in it, but I didn't even like playing against them either. That's the crazy thing. It's just find ways to get hits against certain teams. And then there's other teams that you could feel like $100 and you have nothing to show for it at the end of a series.
1-1. Hernandez takes high at the hands, 2 balls and 1 strike. Was it one team? Was it a ballpark that you particularly felt comfortable in? What factors into success, both from a player perspective and then the numbers given those results?
Yeah, typically from a catcher's perspective.
2-1, pick the inside corner.
Anytime you feel good, you usually mark that one down because you're beat up by so many foul balls and balls in the dirt and just the travel and the mental grind of trying to get pitchers through the game. So for me, it was never really one spot or one team. I did enjoy playing in Seattle, but no rhyme or reason.
2-2. Teoscar fouls it back. Caleb Joseph played 7 years in the big leagues. He spent the 2020 season, for the most part, on the taxi squad with the Toronto Blue Jays. But you had a moment in the limelight against the Boston Red Sox.
Look at you. Yep. My final hit in the big leagues was a home run over Fenway's Green Monster. One I'll never forget.
The 2-2, swinging a long fly ball up the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It is gone! The second home run this afternoon by Teoscar Hernandez. Each of them incredibly impressive. 14th multiple home run game for Teoscar Hernandez. This was a screamer up the line and left, all the way to the screen. It stayed true enough. You knew it was hit hard enough and long enough, and Teoscar Hernandez delivers a go-ahead 2-run home run. 4-2 Blue Jays. Matt Chapman takes outside, ball 1.
Told you yesterday, Ben, how important I thought it was to get Teoscar going, rolling into this wild card series.
Pitch is low.
And is he ever getting hot right at the right time? And when you get hot like this, it kind of allows fans to forget all the 3 or 4 months previous. I.e., example, Bo Bichette. Teoscar is on an absolute heater right now.
2-0's outside, 3 balls and no strikes on Chapman. Third home run of the homestand for Teoscar Hernandez. A pair of them today. A solo home run in the second. A 2-run home run here in the fourth. 3-0. Off the outside corner, called strike that'll keep Chapman at the plate.
And you just don't know what the situation is going to look like with Lourdes Gurriel. You hope that he's able to come back, but having such lengthy absence between ABs.
3-1 tapped off into the glove. It's 3-2 on Chapman.
It's going to be hard to expect a lot for him to get right back into the flow of the game. And remember, playoffs show up. You're facing the three big horses over and over and over.
3-2 pitch. Strike three call in the top part of the zone. Chapman started 3-0 and now gets rung up. One down to the fourth.
So to have Teoscar really coming into this heater is a really great sign as you're looking to keep padding that middle of the order between Guerrero Jr., even Chapman squeezing Teoscar up there in the absence of Lourdes. Really good timing.
There's Danny Jansen. He's got to work it too. Curveball in for a called strike one. 0 for 1 today. Had a huge day yesterday for Toronto. Tracks the breaking ball low. 1 ball and 1 strike. 3 home runs today by the Blue Jays. 2 of them from the lumber of Teoscar Hernandez. 4-2 Toronto. We're in the fourth. 1-1. Fastball in the top part of the zone, a called strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jansen. We're talking earlier about the Blue Jays really finding a groove. 1-2, down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A lot of things lined up. Rotation, they had the vision. Roles established in communication and how John Schneider would use them. And it took about 3 or 4 weeks for everybody to kind of figure out what this new Blue Jays club would be operating under. And I go back to around August 15th, 17th, thereabouts. 3-2 pitch. Liner to the gap in left center field. That's down for a base hit. It'll be cut off by Hernandez in the alley. Jansen wants the extra base. He's racing to second. Dives in with a head-first swim move in front of the throw. He's got the hustle double. 9th double of the season for Danny Jansen. Blue Jays aren't taking their foot off the gas. Here comes Dave Bush, the pitching coach. Make the mound visit.
Yeah, no, they aren't. Danny coming right out of the box. After this cutter stays a little bit more on the plate than getting onto the outer half. He drills it to left center. He's thinking 2 right out of the box. Hits first, draws the throw from Hernandez. He goes into slide. Looks like that right hand as he's head first diving in gets a little bit stuck. And he's got to pull that left hand kind of all the way back around to evade the tag at second base by Arroyo. I thought for a second he was going to dig so hard into that dirt he was going to end up short. But he found a way to just barely get that left hand in there and stay safe. Anytime you can apply pressure in the big leagues, we talked about this over and over and over. Every time you can apply a pressure in the big leagues, it's always a good thing. Rewarded there with a double.
Pressure stands at second base with 1 out. Blue Jays looking to add to their lead. Pitch to Raimel Tapia. Popped up down the line and left. And out of play for strike 1. We're getting a report from Sportsnet's Hazel May, and the Blue Jays are also saying Kevin Gausman was removed from today's ball game with a cut on his right middle finger. So it's interesting in the terminology used, a cut, not necessarily a blister. 0-1, swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes on Raimel Tapia.
Yeah, magicians also want you looking at their left hand when they're pulling your wallet out of your right hand too. Either way, it's going to have to be monitored.
0-2, swing and a miss. Tapia's down on strikes. know what? Let's go back to that August 17th kind of timeline that we're talking about. Here are the numbers where the Blue Jays really took off. And a number of things had to fall into play, right? The transition in leadership, what kind of usage, what kind of, and rest also would be built in for the Blue Jays through July and that start of August. When Merrifield takes a curveball in the outside corner called strike one. The Blue Jays since August the 17th have gone 28-15, third best in the American League. They lead Major League Baseball since then with a 764 OPS. And Alek Manoah, Kevin Gausman, and Ross Stripling took off. 0-1, fastball in there. Merrifield's in the hole 0-2. The team won 19 of 25 starts between Alek Manoah, Kevin Gausman, and Ross Stripling, and a combined with that trio, a 244 earned run average. 0-2, low and away.
You can't say enough about the impact of John Schneider in the middle of all of those stats you just rattled off. The attention to detail, I think, that really became evident for me was huge, allowing all those stats to come out.
Merrifield lines a base hit into left field. Running around third. Jansen wants to score. The throw by Pham is up the first base line. Jansen scores easily. Merrifield races to second. The throw gets away from Arroyo. Witt pops up, races down to third. Red Sox are throwing it all over the ballpark right now. The Blue Jays score on an RBI base hit from Whit Merrifield. Jansen taps the plate, makes it 5-2 Toronto. Witt went to second on the throw to the plate and then advances on the throwing error from Colton or Connor Wong.
It's a snowball fight out here at Rogers Center. Again, anytime you can apply pressure, big aggressive send by Louis Rivera at third base. As the throw's coming in, more pressure applied from Witt going from home to second.
Jackie Bradley Jr. twists out of the way, takes up an in-ball one.
It's just good, solid, fundamental baseball. Good secondary lead, good secondary advancement by Jansen. Doesn't mean you have to be the fastest guy. You've got to just be anticipating the swing.
The 1-0. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. And this is something that I think you're alluding to here and you'll resonate with. You can be a good base runner without being a fast runner.
100%. Speed has nothing to do with being a good base runner. Base running is all about anticipation and desire.
The 2-0, pull to the ground down to first, handcuff Casas. He'll stay with it, run it over to first base, and retire the side. Blue Jays back on the board. They get a go-ahead home run from Teoscar Hernandez, his second of the day, and then Whit Merrifield making it 5-2 Toronto with an RBI single. We are through 4 in downtown Toronto. The Blue Jays 5, the Red Sox 2. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve the nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Call the man Timbaland because he produces hit after hit after hit. Bo Bichette and the Blue Jays play here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Top of the fifth inning here at Rogers Center, being presented by Bet365. Just download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. On the strength of Teoscar Hernandez and his 2 home runs today, the Blue Jays have built a 5-2 lead over the Red Sox. Bobby Dahlbeck, Connor Wong, and Kike Hernandez, 8-9-1 to face Zach Pop. Right-hander deals. Dahlbeck takes a strike on the inside corner. Blue Jays have lost the services of Kevin Gausman, a cut on his middle finger on the right hand. That is the pitching hand, stopping his day short after 3 innings of work. Bob starting a second frame. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Infield back, outfield playing straight up. It is a bullpen the rest of the way. Adam Simber is loosening. Pop peers in, and the 0-2. Tapped into the glove and held by Jansen. Dahlbeck is down on strikes, and that's 4 in a row retired by Zach Pop.
And it's come from the sinking action of that fastball, 96, 97. It is just nasty, folks. I mean, it is right boring down. That's what you're looking for. Anytime you get that downward movement on the sinker, it's really, really difficult to square up. As soon as that thing starts flattening out, moving more left to right, going to have issues. This one is straight down.
Connor Wong. Here's the pitch. Fastball fired over for a called strike.
And he's given me some real Clay Holmes from New York vibes in terms of just the movement, the power, the control. And Holmes has been a dominant reliever for the Yankees for a while. This is every time we see Pop, he gets better and better and better.
Swing and a miss at the 0-1. No balls and 2 strikes.
Just another one of those kind of sneaky good acquisitions.
Blue Jays have liked Pop for a really long time, tried to draft him out of high school. He elected to go to college. That's when the Dodgers picked him up. Eventually ends up with the Miami Marlins and then acquired in the trade at the deadline from Miami. And John Schneider said, I've got a new toy in the bullpen. Can't wait to play with it over the next couple of weeks. The 0-2 pitch, fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes.
And what he brings, Ben, to this staff is that sinking fastball. You think, well, Simber throws, underarm. He throws that sinker. It's a different look. And Bass does have the ability to throw the sinker, but he's predominantly slider. So you talk about complementary pieces in that bullpen to match different planes and swing arcs. Pop is fills one of those puzzle pieces.
Swing and a miss. Wong goes down swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts from Zach Pop. And he's retired all 5 coming to the plate. Hey, Blue Jay fans, the ticker is running. You have less than 7 hours, just 7 hours remaining in the Jays Care record-setting 50-50 jackpot. Get this right now as we talk to you. They are selling over 1,000 tickets per minute online at bluejays.com/5050. 1,000 tickets are being sold per minute. Kike Hernandez swings and misses at the first pitch. That is why the Jays Care take-home jackpot is over $3.3 million. And we are watching that number climb faster than the time is ticking away. By the time this ball game is done, way over $3.5 million. And remember, the box office closes at 10 p.m. tonight. Hernandez takes a slider on the outside corner, called strike, and it's 0-2. So just under 7 hours remaining. Just under 7 hours remaining in the Jays Care take-home. That jackpot closing in on $4 million. 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? Did not. If you're a Blue Jays fan in Ontario and you haven't joined in the fun, right now is the time. Sales close at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's already a major league record take-home jackpot. The winner will be phoned tomorrow at noon, and Buck Martinez will be on the other end of the horn. Buck has delivered so many great calls, so much good news for Blue Jay fans. He is going to deliver the best news for one Blue Jay fan, making them a multi-million-dollar millionaire. Pitch is low from Pop. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Go to bluejays.com/5050. That's bluejays.com/5050. You can get 5 tickets for $10, 15 tickets for $20, 100 tickets for $50, or the best value, 250 tickets for $100. The 2-2 to Kike Hernandez. Lined right back, knocked down by Pop on the bump. He recovers, underhands it to first, records the out. Man, oh man, has it ever been a busy afternoon on the hill for Zach Pop with the comebackers. This was a line drive right at him. Knocked it down with the leather, recovers, and retires the Red Sox in order again. Perfect work through 2. Middle of the 5th, 5-2. Toronto leading Boston. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Membership fees apply after free trial. Cancel anytime.
Can I be real for a second? That goal you have to exercise and eat better, you really can do it, but nobody is going to do it for you. And nobody has to, because you can do it if you have the right tools and a community that cares about helping you get results. And that's us, Beachbody. It's as convenient as your TV or laptop, but you need to decide that you're worth it. Let us help you succeed. Here's how. Go to beachbody.com to claim your free membership and start feeling great.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds, expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
A grand slam by Gurriel, and he ties the game.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Blue Jays in front 5-2 over the Red Sox, wrapping up the home portion of the schedule today. George Springer will lead it off, and the right-hander's pitch is low and away, and that's ball 1. Edward Brizardo will take over the pitching. This pitching change is brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. Right-hander in relief of Michael Wacha, done after 4. The 1-0. Springer lines a base hit into right field. Blue Jays with a leadoff man aboard for the 4th straight at bat. And that'll bring up Bo Bichette.
George is really on a roll coming into today's game. Multiple hits in 4 of his last 6. Go ahead and mark another one down with his second hit of the day. In that stretch, 10 for 24. It's a 417 average, 4 dingers. He's something else. You hear it's kind of like the folk tale. Just wait till September, wait till October when George really comes into his own. He really is. It's true.
Fastball in tight on Bo Bichette.
Such a dynamic player in October. He brings speed. He brings base on ball capabilities. He brings power.
Bizzardo deals. A little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bichette. I was asking Alex Cora, who got, a great up-and-close look at George Springer and how he could turn an entire postseason around. 2017 World Series MVP. 1-1. Swinging a foul off into the glove, held by Wong, and it's 1-2. I said, where does it start? Is it something that happens, or is it just the lore of George Springer? Once you see the calendar turn into October, he turns into a new guy. And he said he's a freak athlete. Nothing on the diamond is something that he cannot do. He's going off on the races. Bo takes the pitch. Here's a throw down to second, not in time. There you go. Springer into action. A stolen base for George Springer. And into scoring position with his 15th stolen base of the year.
He can do it all.
Yeah. Red Sox want to have a look at it. But they say play on, I believe, or no. Perhaps they will ask for a review. We'll find out. Andy Fletcher is the crew chief.
Austin's challenging the safe call, sir.
That news is not received well here at Rogers Center.
Uh-oh. So George gets a really, really nice jump. I didn't think there was going to be any play. Wong comes out of his catching position, throws an absolute dart. Right at the bottom part of the base, right in the tagging zone. If Arroyo was to put his glove right next to the base, right where George's hands would touch the base, that is right where he threw it, and I think they might get him here. That sliding pad looks like it might be touching the base right after the glove touched it. It took an absolute perfect throw. Let's see if we can get the call right here.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. Runners out. Boston retains her challenge.
And Bennett was going to take an absolute perfect throw. Could not have taken that ball, walked it down to second base, and placed it any more perfect. Still, I like the aggressiveness of the Blue Jays there.
Blue Jays in front, 5-2. Bichette stands in the box, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody on. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Within 1 pitch, you got 2 outs. On the reversal, and then the strikeout of Bichette. 2 down. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is coming to the plate. Vladdy takes a fastball low. Blue Jays 5, Red Sox 2. Toronto has come all the way back from a 2-0 deficit. Luzardo deals. And a ground ball over to the first baseman. Casas will handle it. Move it over towards the pitcher, coming to cover. Blue Jays place the minimum at the plate here in the 5th inning. Carry a 5-2 lead into the 6th. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This game tip is brought to you by the
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
We move into the sixth inning here at Rogers Center. Another pitching change for the Blue Jays. It turned into a bullpen day after Kevin Gausman was lifted after 3 innings. Zach Pop was perfect through 2. Now this pitching change brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way, bringing Adam Simber onto the mound. Tristan Casas, Tommy Pham, and J.D. Martinez will bat for Boston. Blue Jays in front 5-2. Next to Caleb Joseph, I'm Ben Wagner. Blue Jays wrapping up game number 81 here in downtown Toronto. That's an even split of 162. Casas takes outside from the sidewinder for ball 1.
Simber making his 300th career game today. Congratulations. Pretty big milestone.
Nice little landmark for a reliever. A 1-0, corked up the right field line and hooking foul. 1 ball and 1 strike on Casas. This season, he continues to add to a career high. Of the 300 career appearances, 76 of them now in this season as a Toronto Blue Jay. One. Casas takes the fastball in tight. 2 balls and 1 strike. Career that started with Cleveland, off to San Diego, Miami, and Toronto. Two one. Check swing, fouled away at the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's kind of giving me some everyday Eddie vibes, and just in terms of availability, of course, literally could not paint a more different pitcher. Guardado left-handed, shorter, more stocky, but just being available, so important to that job description out of the bullpen.
2-2, fouled away. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And the system usually rewards guys that are available and dependent. And I can't remember who it was, but just the way that Simber is able to move around, it's almost like he doesn't even have any ligaments, right? He just contorting that front heel, the way he throws, the arm action.
2-2's fouled back. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. You mentioned everyday Eddie. Well, it's about a guarantee here at Rogers Center every other day for Adam, because he is now making his 40th appearance in 81 home games.
It's good math.
It's better than the math quiz we gave each other yesterday.
Yeah, had to go there.
The 2-2 inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
2001 Mariners, 2001.
Repeat.
Yeah, but I mean, when he comes set, Simber has that front lead toe pointed all the way towards Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field. Tremendous hip flexibility. Of course, got to have a lot of flexibility with that arm action.
Fly ball, shallow center, coming on. Jackie Bradley Jr. Casas retired. 1 down. Hey, speaking of 2001, the Seattle Mariners punched their ticket to the postseason, erasing a 21-year drought. They're in action on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard tonight. Brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Game on, Canada. Help us celebrate 30 devilishly good years of being your Blue Jays headquarters. Join us for wings, beer, cocktails, and more. We've got all the bases covered. Download the new app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Fastball over on Tommy Pham for a called strike 1.
I'll be honest with you, Ben. I was walking back from a little bit of an outing about 3 or 4 days ago.
Ground ball out to the shortstop, shuffling to his right. Poe's got it, sets up, low throw, dug out by Guerrero. He holds on. Pham retired.
Talk about that outing in a second. That's a really nice pick from Guerrero. He's been doing it all season, saving those Blue Jay infielders from some throwing errors and preventing base runners from being at first base. Always good to know that if you do miss a throw over there, you got somebody over there working real hard to save you. Good sign of a good teammate. I was walking back and finally saw a St. Louis Bar and Grill, and the only thing I could think of was your voice. I heard the entire commercial in my head as I was walking back. St.
Always
Louis,
devilishly good.
Yes. Perfect.
JD Martinez lines a base hit into center field. Played on a bounce by Jackie Bradley Jr. Red Sox with a 2-out base runner here in the 6th. Blue Jays in front 5-2 on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. What are the Rays up to right now in Houston? They were set back yesterday. Tampa Bay has dropped 4 in a row and 8 out of the last 12. Houston Astros in front 2-1. Jeremy Pena with a big home run for him. The rookie now with 21 homers this season. They play in the bottom of the 4th inning. Houston 2 and Tampa Bay 1. Christian Arroyo at the plate. Swings and misses, strike 1. We can't give an update, including numbers, without looking at the Jays Care 50-50 jackpot. When we were talking earlier, Robert Witchell, the president of the Jays Care Foundation, said numbers jumped through the roof, and it is closing in on $3.5 million already. It continues to rise rapidly in a jackpot that should close around the $4 million mark. Pitch is fouled away by Arroyo. Blind River, Thunder Bay, Barry, Lindsay, St. Thomas, Renfrew, Port Elgin, all active. The 0-2. Line drive up the middle, glances off the glove of Simber. Picked up at second base by Merrifield. They'll snap a throw to second, but not in time. Another comebacker glancing off a Blue Jays pitcher. They're in the line of fire today. JD Martinez stands at second. Arroyo gets an infield single.
Yes, they are. 3 comebackers in 3 consecutive innings. This is a batted ball off the bat of Arroyo. It is right at Simber, and it's not particularly hit hard. And sometimes those are the hardest ones because you're so ready as a pitcher to field that ball. It's coming right at you. The depth perception is a little bit off. Simber, again, featuring 0 ligaments in his legs. He was all the way down. Both legs were kind of spread out. Rear end almost touching the dirt of the pitching mound, and the glove was trying to get it. He deflected it, but couldn't get the out.
Runners stand at first and second. Abraham Almonte swings at the first pitch, pops it over the Blue Jays dugout into the seats. Strike 1.
He might be the only reliever that could get into that position that he was just in and be able to stand up on his own after that. Like a hockey goalie trying to protect the 5-hole.
The 0-1. Check swing. Fastball's taken high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
In the butterfly.
Yeah,
there we go.
The mobility of Adam Simber is elite. Bent deep at the knees. 90-degree angle on the pivot from the waist as he lines up the torso. I mean, the core strength overall, fantastic, but he's up there with the best athletes and the Blue Jays pitching staff. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yusei Kikuchi, Jose Barrios, they're great athletes as well. Blue Jays have Tim Mesa and Anthony Bass loosening in the bullpen. The pitch popped up. Back up short, racing into the outfield turf. Bichette called away by Tapia. Charges forward, makes the catch, and retires Almonte. A couple of 2-out singles do no damage. Middle of the 6th, the Blue Jays on top. 5-2 over the Red Sox. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do. Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business.
Every year, we say we'll wake up earlier, exercise more, really rest, and eat healthier. It's hard for us, but for dogs, not so much. Dogs are up at dawn, run for fun, sleep like champs, and they love eating fresh, healthy food every single meal. Give your dog another healthy habit. Real, fresh food from the Farmer's Dog. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/radio.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Gurriel's up with a throw. It's on the money, and they got him. What a throw by Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Bottom six for the Blue Jays in front 5-2 over the Red Sox. This sixth inning is being presented by Bet365. Just download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book. Couple of home runs today for Teoscar Hernandez. The Red Sox right-hander zips the first pitch over for a called strike one. It's the rolling slider from Edward Bizardo. Teoscar's 14th multiple homer game in his career. 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and two strikes. A solo home run to start the second. A two-run home run that put the Blue Jays on top of the fourth. The 0-2. Outside. One ball and two strikes on Hernandez. 2020, 2021. Consecutive Silver Slugger Award winner. Teoscar Hernandez. Hampered by injury earlier in the year. The 1-2 is low at 95 miles an hour. 2 balls and 2 strikes. If this is the time that everything syncs up for Teoscar Hernandez, he couldn't have picked a better time. He can carry the lineup. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Goes after the slider and retired on strikes. Starts the sixth.
Pretty good stuff featured here by Bizardo. It's a little bit of a unique 3/4 slot with the fastball, anywhere ranging 93, 96 sinking action, but it's a lot of the breaking balls, and he's got kind of big sweeping slider, curve, slurve type. Unique arm slot makes it really difficult to stay on that breaking pitch.
Matt Chapman, the batter, takes the first pitch strike. One down, nobody on in the sixth. Blue Jays with a 5-2 lead. Infield back. Center fielder shades left. Chapman drives that out of play to the right. No balls and 2 strikes. We're coming to you this afternoon from the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Ballpark really filled in nicely this afternoon. The 0-2. Fastball's just a little outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Chapman. Better than 44,000 in the ballpark yesterday. It'll be a number around that today. It is full. One-two. In tight. Did that nick him? It did. Chapman hit again by a pitch. Matt Chapman usually has to avoid contact a lot. Spins away, gets busted inside all the time. He gets hit by the pitch for the 10th time this season. Second most in his career. Back in 2019, he was hit 11 times.
And it's odd because he stands off the plate. He's not a big diver. He's kind of the opposite of Anthony Rizzo, who's on the plate, dives even more.
Pitch to Danny Jansen. Fastball clipped the outside corner, called strike one.
But it seems like a lot of pitches just seem to find him, and they find him up top too. A lot in the front left arm. A lot. I mean, he had that one ball that hit him kind of in the back of the neck earlier this season.
Left a bruise for weeks. 0-1. Jansen fouls it away at the plate. Got hit in the head a couple of times in short order. That was around May, I believe.
Remember, I was at a luncheon. Fred McGriff was the guest speaker, and he was asked who's your worst matchup, and he said Randy Johnson. They said, well, of course. He said, but why? He said, not because of the angle, but because he hit me a couple times, and he said, little ball hurts, man. Little ball hurts. And I've never forgotten that. And so even watching from far away now, it's like you can remember how it stings. And if it hits you in a certain spot, hits a certain ligament, a certain bone, it just will send a shock down your spine.
Move towards first. Chapman hustles back. Where's the place that it lingers the longest? Like a sensitive spot.
Leg.
The leg.
If I was a pitcher, and I was trying to retaliate, I would go for the legs for sure.
The 0-2. Jansen takes in the dirt. His legs have to be beat up this time of year, not only being at the plate, trying to avoid all the foul balls, impact by a pitcher, or all the foul balls from behind the plate.
For sure. It's the toughest part of the season, which honestly makes what he's doing with the bat really impressive. And that's the first thing to go is your legs as a catcher. You fight each and every day post All-Star break to keep those strong.
Jansen swings. He'll drive it straight away center field. Ballpark will hold it. Hernandez drifts to his right. KK puts it away, and there's two down. Chapman goes back to first.
And, of course, remember, he was on the injured list for a while, so he didn't rack up a ton of the ABs and a ton of the games played that he usually would. So he's usually hitting probably late July in terms of a normal schedule. That always plays, too, when you don't feel as beat down by 162 at the catcher position. Could be another contributing factor to his offensive success so far.
5-2 Toronto. Raimel Tapia in a bat here in the sixth inning. As for time, quick peek at the standings update brought to you by Bet365, the world's favorite sports book with 63 million members worldwide. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Tapia takes high. That's ball one. Who we know, where we don't. At Seattle or hosting Seattle, that is the likely scenario right now for the Blue Jays next weekend with the American League wild card. Mariners have won 4 in a row after dropping 8 of 11. And likely to keep it on the plus side with the Tigers coming to town. The 1-0, Tapia takes low. Monday, the Tigers and the Mariners will play in the Pacific Northwest. Tuesday is a doubleheader. And then everybody lines up for a 4 o'clock Eastern first pitch on day 162 of the regular season. So Wednesday, 162 to be completed. 2-0. Over for a called strike, and it's 2-1. So everybody should be going final, and chaos ensuing with the American League and the National League wild card scenario.
Fun times.
Still has to be played out.
You okay there, Ben?
I'm okay. Got a blowout. The 2-1. Foul off to the left.
I looked over to make eye contact, and your rear was just about on the floor there.
I went from 5'10" to 5'2" real quick.
I was going to say, hope you're okay, because I'm barely hanging in here as the color guy. I got no chance as a play-by-play guy.
Spring-loaded chair.
He shot straight down, folks.
Oh, man. 2-2 to Tapia. Down and in. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Hey, I've been thinking about this. So if the Jays end up going to Seattle, do you think it would be played out as basically a neutral site because of so many Toronto fans making it down?
I have pondered this. I don't think it would be the glaring split that you get in the regular season. Runner goes, 3-2 is fouled back. Chapman returns to first base.
Well, all you got to do is just encourage the Western Canadians to dress up disguised as Mariners fans and then take off the jersey.
Money's green. Money's green.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Money's green in Seattle. And by admission in Seattle, a lot of people will hold on to those tickets for that Blue Jay series and sell them at an advanced cost. Runner goes, 3-2 again. Tapia pops it up. Out in front of the plate, Bizzardo racing over the plate on top of the logo, and then the backup man, the catcher, Wong is the one to make the catch. Oh, man, what a fire drill by the Red Sox on that play.
Wow.
Bizzardo came racing straight towards the plate, looked like he wanted to make the play, and then all of a sudden he ran past the baseball, and the catcher makes the catch to retire Tapia and the side. A runner left at first base, no change in the score as we go to the seventh. Blue Jays 5, Red Sox 2. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Activate next level.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do. Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Inning in the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Blue Jays in front 5-2. Kevin Gausman departs after 3 innings. Zach Pop, Adam Simber, and now, courtesy of Certainteed, pro all the way with Certainteed, Anthony Bass. He'll pitch the 7th inning against Yu Chang. First pitch, a fastball on the outside corner, and strike 1. Yu Chang, Bobby Dahlbeck, Connor Wong, 7, 8, 9 against Anthony Bass. The 0-1. Half swing by Chang, called for going around, and it's 0-2. Caleb, another milestone, closing in on the Jays Care 50-50 jackpot. We've been talking about that $3 million mark yesterday and today. Within a matter of moments, it will hit $3.5 million. 0-2. Slider, low and away. Check swing, didn't go around. We encourage and we thank all of you that have participated. Encourage more of it. Caleb would love for you to fund his retirement plan. Yep. Over $1,000 being generated per minute at bluejays.com/5050. 1-2. Round ball up the middle. Diving attempt made by Bichette. Kicks over to Merrifield. Throw to first. In time to get the out. Ping pong, 1 down. That was ridiculous. Bo on the dive, had a glance off the glove. Merrifield in the shift, had it shoot right to him, and he completes the play. 6-4-3, 1 out.
Yeah, not while driving, but at some point, find a way to get a clip of this. Bichette dives, it caroms right to Merrifield, who's backing up, and even a better pick on the back end by Vladdy. Just a great overall play. 6-4-3 for 1 out.
Bobby Delbuck at the plate. First pitch is hammered out to deep left field. That's a no-doubter. Bobby Delbuck rings one deep into the 100 level. Red Sox are back on the board, and it's a 5-3 Blue Jay lead here in the 7th. That was a no-doubter from Bobby Delbuck, his 12th of the year. He's driven in all 3 this afternoon for Boston.
Big frame from Dahlbeck, 6'4", 230. And much like Teoscar Hernandez, when he barrels it, it's got a really good chance of going out. This is a sinker that he just catches out in front, catches a little bit too much of the plate, trying to go outside, but it fades back on the inner half. I think that's the first home run that Bass has given up on the sinker this year, and to a righty.
Connor Wong, the batter, pops up the pitch, foul ground, first base side near the dugout. Jansen giving it a look. It's off into the seats.
As a Blue Jay, I should say.
Right. It's the
Blue Jay.
It's the 13th combined home run that Bass has surrendered. His 6th as a Blue Jay.
He's been really good against the righties with that slider. Tries to sneak a little cheese by the rat.
Ground ball to Bichette. It'll be the shortstop making the throw. Long retired. 2 down. I'm looking for your split as fast as I can navigate the wonderment of the internet here.
Where's Blake Murphy when you need him, right?
I know. He's fast with the fingers.
I think he's tapped into some super high Wi-Fi here at Rogers Center. Premium Wi-Fi.
Kike Hernandez at the plate. Takes the slider a little bit off. That's ball 1. Blue Jays in front, 5-3. Fastball is up. 2 balls and no strikes. I think it's the second home run by a right-handed hitter.
It's pretty good. Going a whole season with only 2 getting you.
The 2-0 on the inside corner, and it's 2-1.
Looks like Tim Meza might be getting loose. Blue Jays bullpen.
The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
If I'm playing armchair GM, probably looking at Tristan Cassis as the batter. If it gets to him, hopefully Bass can get Hernandez here to finish the 7th.
Kike Hernandez, 1 for 3 at the plate. He'll swing and line it up the middle. Caught on the backhand by Merrifield. Shaded in the middle of the diamond to retire this side. Hernandez took it right back up the box. There stood Merrifield, completing the 2nd play of this 7th inning. In downtown Toronto, it's time for us to stretch. The Blue Jays in front, 5-3 over the Red Sox. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do. Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Jays in front, 5-3 over the visiting Red Sox, looking to complete a 3-game series sweep. But Merrifield made a couple of nice defensive plays in the top half of this inning. Now starts the home seventh, swings and fouls the pitch back. That's strike one. Another pitching change is brought to you by Certainteed. Certainteed, pro all the way. Right-hander deals. Sweepers, low and away. 1-1 strike on Merrifield. Caleb Ort added to the Red Sox roster today, making his 25th overall appearance. Big right-hander. Brings home the 1-1. Popped up, back of first base, fading off near the line. Long run in for the right fielder. Amante can't get there in time. Merrifield never gave up on this play. He'll tiptoe into second. He knew it would be close to the line in right field, so he busted it out of the box, thinking that if it drops, he'd have a double, and he certainly does. The Blue Jays have the leadoff man on it in scoring position with the third hit today for Whit Merrifield.
Well, when you got it, you got it, and Whit's just got it. Finding hits when he's on the barrel of the bat, finding hits when he's not on the barrel of the bat. He might be the starting second baseman in a wild card series for me.
Jackie Bradley Jr. at the plate, takes a fastball low. That's ball one.
And this is exactly what it looks like for a healthy Whit Merrifield. I'm telling you, I was trying to explain it yesterday in terms of hits all over the park, all different velocities.
Fastball's outside on Jackie Bradley Jr. 2 balls, no strikes.
Just the way his swing path is. If he catches a slider out in front, he can hit it to left field with some power. He can back up a fastball. He can bloop one in. He's got the speed to turn a dinky single into a double. The 2-0 poured over for a called strike on JBJ. Is it a healthy Whit Merrifield, or is it a in rhythm Whit Merrifield? It's in rhythm, and the more he plays, the more he's getting comfortable, and he's starting to feel sexy right now, and you can tell.
2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. For Whit Merrifield, there is a lot riding on this opportunity. You know, this is not a long-term opportunity to be a Toronto Blue Jay. Homegrown by the Kansas City Royals. He was in the upper levels when he watched Kansas City take that parade. The 2-2's outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Bradley. In 2015, Kansas City won the World Series. Whit Merrifield was one of the rising prospects, supposed to be part of this new wave that turned things around. In 2016, Kansas City went 81-81. 3-2. Ground ball into the teeth of the shift. Top of the triangle. Arroyo will pick it up. Long throw from the turf over to first. That'll advance Whit Merrifield. He's at third with 1 down. And then the tough times really arrived. 2018, over 100 losses. 2019, over 100 losses. So
a rebuild plan certainly never had any surge after that World Series win. It cratered quickly for Kansas City. And this year with the trade deadline and other opportunities, Royals started to shop off some of their players. And then Whit Merrifield was transferred to the Toronto Blue Jays at the trade deadline. Here's a ground ball with the infield drawn in. Merrifield's coming down the line. He'll beat the throw by Chang. He's in to score. George Springer with a tapper in the middle of the diamond. Whit scores, and the Blue Jays have a 6-3 lead.
It's the first pitch slider. George trying to ambush. He gets it off the end of the bat. He cue shots it. The draw in an infield. Chang takes 2 steps to his left, fields it perfectly. Merrifield looks like he might be dead to rights at home. Chang lets it fly, forces Wong to make a leaping grab. Merrifield with a hook slide gets that pad under the leaping catcher.
Bo Bichette bats. He'll take down and away from Ort. That's ball 1. Merrifield with the lob shot double, advances on a ground out, and then breaks on contact with the infield in. Chang's throw sails. Springer on a 2-hit day aboard for the 3rd time today, driving in a 76th. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bichette. One. Lined off to the right. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Just love how they're able to manufacture runs. Merrifield with a little blooper, little bleeder down the right field line, hustling out of the box. Jackie Bradley Jr. with a productive out for Toronto, advancing Merrifield from 2nd to 3rd, and then just putting the ball in play and forcing the Red Sox to make something happen at home.
1-2. Fouled away first base side. A rare quiet day for Bo Bichette. He's 0 for 3 today. A 4-hit performance yesterday, reclaiming the lead in the American League in overall hits. Bo is trying to become the first player since 2018-2019 to lead the American League in consecutive seasons with hits. Pitch is fouled back, and it's 1-2. In 2018-2019, his new teammate was the last to do it. Whit Merrifield.
Nice nugget.
1-2. Just off the outside corner. Even count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Whit was the one to slow down Jose Altuve. Altuve had led the American League in hits in 14, 15, 16, and 17. 4 straight years. 2-2. Bichette fouls it back.
And how does he do it? He does it with the opposite field hits. Leading the league with 69 opposite field base hits. The ability to stay inside. The ability to drive the ball to right field with 2 strikes. That's how you rack them up.
Blue Jays with a 6-3 lead. 2-2. Ground ball in the middle of the diamond. It's handled by Chang. Underhand to second for 1. Turn to first. Not in time. And it continues. Springer race 6-4 on the fielder's choice. Bo stands at first with 2 down. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming up. Take a quick peek at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. In New York, the Yankees and the Baltimore Orioles. History certainly in the crosshairs for Aaron Judge. He tied Roger Maris here at Rogers Center on Wednesday for the most home runs in American League history with 61. He is still stuck on 61. 0 for 1 today. 0 for 1 today. Aaron Judge tied 1-1. Bo is running on the pitch, and it throw goes down to second base. Out of the reach of Arroyo. A wild throw by Wong. And an easy swipe for Bo Bichette, his 13th of the year.
That's St. Louis Bar and Grill scoreboard. That's the bottom of the 6th inning, by the way. Orioles, Yankees tied 1-1. Cleveland is a 7-3 leader in the bottom of the 7th inning over Kansas City. Houston still in front 2-1, top of the 6th over the Rays. 0-1 to Vladdy is low. 1 ball and 1 strike on Guerrero. Bottom of the 7th, 6-3. Blue Jays over the Red Sox. 1-1. Swing and a miss. What a rip by Guerrero. Blue Jays will be on the plane after tonight. They'll end up in Baltimore, Maryland. We'll look at the radar for the rest of tonight and tomorrow, and then get ready to open up a 3-game series. 1-2. On a line, straightaway center. Kike Hernandez got a late break, comes racing forward, slides, and makes a basket catch. Taking away a fading liner from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and retiring the side here in the 7th inning. Blue Jays back on the board with Merrifield's leadoff double. He scores 6-3 Blue Jays as we go to the 8th. This is Blue Jays baseball. Served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
CA.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
There's a new mark in the franchise record books. The Blue Jays have scored 28 runs at Fenway Park.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
We're coming to you this afternoon from the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth here at Rogers Center. Buttoned up on a very crisp fall field day. Blue Jays with a 6-3 lead over the Boston Red Sox moving into the 8th inning. You can protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Blue Jays back into the bullpen with the right-hander Jimmy Garcia taking over. This pitching change is brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. Right-hander pauses, looks behind him, a big shift off to the right. Tristan Casas will lead it off. Garcia deals, pitch is pulled foul past the first base coach for strike one. Had a chance to sit with Jimmy Garcia in the clubhouse earlier this morning. He is one of the more experienced players on this Blue Jays roster in the postseason. Not just pitchers, but overall. George Springer leaps and bounds, leads everybody with his 63 postseason games. Ross Stripling, of course, but Jimmy Garcia is right there. 0-1, way outside. I asked Jimmy, what is the key to the postseason? You're one of the rare guys in this clubhouse that has significant body of work in postseason play. And without a hesitation, he said,
confidence. You have to have confidence when you pitch in the postseason. Liner off to the left, 1 ball and 2 strikes. There is certainly a confidence with a ball club that has success, even to get to that point, reach the end-all goal, and that is to make the postseason, take another step towards a World Series championship. But there's a different kind of confidence because there is so much pressure on every pitch made in the postseason. The 1-2 to Casas, fouled away.
Every single pitch is and could be the one that beat you. And you feel that type of enthusiasm. You feel that type of, not pressure, but magnitude with every single pitch. And the atmosphere in the playoffs, so much different than the regular season. Until you've experienced it, you can't quite understand what it's like.
The 1-2 pitch on a line straight away center field. Here comes Jackie. He reaches down and he makes the catch right on top of his shoelaces. A great break by Jackie Bradley Jr. You won't find him any better than that. Or did he trap it? Now hold on a minute. The second base umpire originally had signaled out, and then he flashed his hands off to the side of his body, indicating that that was a safe sign for a ball that was trapped. We get a look at the replay. It's a little hard to tell. I thought with the naked eye, he made the catch. We'll find out if the Blue Jays want to review. And it sounds like Toronto does want to review the play. So New York will chime in. We've got a couple of different looks on that ball. Jackie Bradley Jr. has the greatest first step. I mean, still to this day in the major leagues. He got a great break. He had the fingers down. I thought he caught it with the naked eye.
I think so too. We're getting some replays, some slow motions here. It looks like he had it. And I'll tell you, this is such a difficult play because as a center fielder, the ball right at you on the line is the toughest one. And he was coming in right on the get-go, but it's such a unique angle that it's hard to dive forward when the ball is so low. You want to turn that glove over, which is what he does. He kind of basket catches it from his shoelaces, whereas if it was directionally to his left or right, he can extend that glove and try and dive. But he goes down, reaches down with the forehand and catches it just right at the shoelaces and in full motion. That's such a difficult play to stay on your feet, to keep the eyes focused from ball to glove. Fantastic play. And that's a do or die play because if that gets by him, there's nobody in sight. Casas may be triple, possibly even inside the park home run.
Jackie Bradley Jr. standing in center field, very calm. The crowd has reacted a couple of times on the review they see here in the ballpark. Blue Jays with Whit Merrifield, Bo Bichette, Matt Chapman, they were lined up shoulder to shoulder, looking right back to center field at the video board.
After review, the call of no catch stands.
Oh.
Toronto loses their challenge for the remainder of the game.
Wow.
Well,
even Alex Corris threw his hands up in the air and said, wow.
That is BS. You know what ticks me off about that play, Ben? I was watching Andy Fletcher the whole time. He originally said out.
Yes, he did.
He said out, he said out, he said out. Then he turned to first base, and you're looking at the angled first base umpires because sometimes their angle might see it down. Doug Eddings hit his side of his pant leg, which means he thought it went down. Then Fletcher reverses the call to safe.
Doug Eddings has been in the middle of a lot of the mess this season with the Blue Jays.
And what ticks me off about that, Ben, sorry to interrupt you, is the fact that once the play goes from out to safe, now they've got to have some sort of irrefutable evidence to overturn it.
You could see the ball juggle a little bit in the glove of Jackie Bradley Jr., but man, oh man, that was a catch. Runner stands at first in a 6-3 game. The Blue Jays have a 6-3 lead. Runner at first base for the Red Sox. Tommy Pham, it's 2 balls and no strikes.
That whole sequence of events ticks me off. I mean, it's a catch. You called it out, then you reversed course.
Hard ground ball down to third. Picked up by Chapman. To Merrifield on top of the bag. Easy throw to first. 2 out. That erases for the moment all the frustration. 2 away on the around the horn double play.
You know, the ball never lies in this game, Ben. That's the baseball gods just evening it out, because that ball was scorched down to third base. The ball never lies. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter now, but that ticks me off because that was such a great, fantastic play, and he had the call right at the beginning.
Pitch by Garcia, tails down and away on J.D. Martinez. Two for 3 day for J.D. Martinez. Couple of singles, scored a run back in the second. Pitch lined off to the right. Top of the 8th inning here at Rogers Center. We're watching the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Still in the 6th inning. Astros at the plate with a 2-1 lead over the Tampa Bay Rays. They'll get started in Seattle in about 5 minutes. Oakland and the Mariners will lock up. That's the finale of that series. Oakland with a couple of very dramatic victories. Or, pardon me, Seattle, a couple of very dramatic victories over Oakland, including the walk-off game winner on Friday night. 1-1. On the outside corner, 1-2. They're watching after hours on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard when Kyle Raleigh got a pinch hit 9th inning at bat. And he took the Mariners to the postseason with a walk-off home run off the pole in right field. One ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. That's high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two. Ground ball tapped towards Chapman. Charges in. On the move. Throws to first in time. That retires the side. Garcia faces the minimum in the top of the 8th. 7.5 gone by at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays have doubled up the Red Sox. Toronto a 6-3 lead. This is Blue Jays baseball. Served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Membership fees apply after free trial. Cancel anytime.
Okay, so why do people love my total body bar workouts? Because they work. My clients get an amazing workout and great results. I'm Andrea Rogers, professional dancer and trainer, and my Extend Bar classes are fun, only 30 minutes, and proven to help you get sculpted, lean, and strong. And right now, you can stream my Extend Bar classes for free on the Beachbody On Demand app. See how effective these workouts truly are. Start for free today at beachbody.com.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Blue Jays and Red Sox move into the home eighth inning here at Rogers Center with Caleb Joseph. I'm Ben Wagner. Toronto on top 6-3 over Boston. What a day for Teoscar Hernandez. He's launched 2 home runs. I'm not sure which was more impressive. The tank shot that he had over the batter's eye and straightaway center field, or the one that he leaned on for a 2-run go-ahead home run straight up the line in left. It was a go-ahead home run back in the 4th inning. The Blue Jays scored 3 in that frame and now have a 6-3 lead. Franklin Hermine will come aboard and pitch for Boston. The pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. Fastball at the knees at 97 miles an hour for strike 1. This pitching change is brought to you by Certainteed. Certainteed Pro all the way. Infield back on Hernandez. The pitch. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Really good crowd at Rogers Center this afternoon. 43,877. 43,877. Pushing the Blue Jays on the road for the final regular season series and then waiting to see if they'll return on Friday. Hernandez with a sharp ground ball up the middle, a base hit. Base hit for Hernandez. Long turn around first base. We'll check in with a leadoff single. Sixth time the Blue Jays have their leadoff man aboard.
9 different pitchers in this game, Ben, and we still haven't been able to get to show Ali.
we tried when Zach Pop came in, and he said, nope, I'm good to go. We took back a Show Ali appearance. Matt Chapman steps in. Fastball's low. We're certainteed not to hear from Show. That's what we are.
You're bringing your A game.
I know. A little punchy. It's game 159.
That's right.
The 1-0. Check swing. Did he lay off the high fastball? He did. 2 balls and no strikes.
You alluded to it, Ben, but big aggressive turn from Teoscar Hernandez right there. As soon as he hit that ball, he was coming out of the box hard. It's professional. Looks so good. That's the style of play Blue Jays want to play.
The 2-0. Outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Do you feel that this Blue Jays team, and let's look at it from an August, September, early October perspective, has an identity?
They're getting there. And I think it's don't beat yourself. Pay attention to the details of the game. Be accountable.
3-0 to Chapman. Just on the inside corner.
The only way you can do that is talking about the stuff that matters. Talking about those plays, those kind of boneheaded plays, those lack of mental preparation plays. And it's just when you get all the guys pulling in one direction, it's magical.
3-1 on Chapman. The pitch. Runner for first is going. That's up and away, ball 4. No throw. Wong had a cock back. Couldn't do anything with it. Amanda stands at second. Chapman aboard at first. Here comes Dave Bush, the pitching coach.
What happens, Ben, is when you have 7, 8, 9, all the guys in the lineup playing that way, you start to create that identity. You can say it all you want. You can talk about it in the clubhouse, but until the 9 guys that are on the field go out there and do it, it's just words. And so you've seen a number of different times this year where the Blue Jays they've had those question marks in some different areas. And every time I see a play like that where Teoscar, it's a single. It's a C&I single. Well, not C&I. He blistered it. It's a single up the middle that, unless something really goes wrong, Teoscar could just very easily make a big old slow banana turn around first base and hit first and go back and take his gear off and give Budzinski a nice fist bump. But the fact that he busted out of there just in case there was a bobble, it's a pro play, and I guarantee they're talking about it.
Danny Jansen digs in. Here's the pitch. Slider over for a called strike one. Blue Jays have Hernandez on at second, Matt Chapman behind him at first. A 6-3 lead over Boston here in the 8th. Remain ready and deals. Jansen takes outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. As the Blue Jays get their identity, really one thing that sticks out, we've talked about this on the air, off the air, it's about Toronto not beating Toronto. The breakdowns that came rearing an ugly head in the Yankees series a couple of times. Pitch over for a called strike on Jansen, 1-2. That mental focus, keeping that edge that you were alluding to a second ago. Something that Jimmy Garcia was talking about with me before the ball game as well. That also builds the confidence. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Jansen down on strikes. 1 away here in the 8th.
I think one of the biggest compliments you can have as a player is when somebody on the other side tells you, you guys are just a tough team to play against. What that usually means is you just don't give anything up. There's not a lot of room for error out there. And to do that, you got to pay attention to those details. And you can't underestimate or understate the impact of John Schneider. I feel like he's come in and he's immediately had the respect. He's really tried to change that culture, and it's every day he's the manager. It's showing up more and more.
Raimel Tapia takes a fastball at the knees, a called strike.
9 guys, 26 guys pulling in the same direction. It's powerful. Doesn't work if 1 or 2 stray. It's got to be everybody in the room.
0-1. Tapia takes up and out. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is a Blue Jays team. It's got some additions. It's made some tweaks. It's lost some key players down the stretch just within the last couple of weeks. Question marks on Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Santiago Espinal, whether or not they'll be back for next weekend. Tapia lines it foul. Caught by the ball boy up the left field line. It's 1-2. Even with some of the regulars not available, and stalwarts really, and Gurriel and Espinal, do you feel the Blue Jays team has the depth, is complete enough to make a run through a wild card, DS, ALCS, and beyond?
No question. And there never has been. Even at the beginning of the season, it was never about talent or if they had it.
1-2. Fouled back.
And I didn't feel that way. I felt the same way in 20. I felt like, man, this team is going to do some special things as long as they don't beat themselves. And if you watch the game and you watch the way they play, it's so easy just to say, well, they didn't hit. Oh, well, they didn't pitch very well. Just watch the little intricate pieces of the games. Now, I know you're listening, but when you do watch the games, watch these little intricate plays that may not show up on a box score. And when they're positive in those areas, they really win.
1-2. Check swing. Sliders down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I remember reporting to spring training in 2020, early 2020. There was an air of confidence around that team that season. Knowing that they were on the cusp of something special, confident that they would be, especially the young core, cemented in the lineup each and every day, and a chance to really blossom at the big league level. 2-2. Swing and a miss by Tapia. Back-to-back strikeouts for Hermine. And then all of a sudden, of course, the world had the rug ripped right out from underneath it. But the Blue Jays and that moxie, that didn't change. It was almost of an approach. Once spring training 2.0 or summer camp arrived and the Blue Jays knew they were coming to Rogers Center, they would work out,
get ramped up for that season. It was almost like that swagger had, well, good. Now we can prove it in just 60 games. Merrifield bounces it out to the shortstop. Easy toss to second. Arroyo on the fielder's choice. That'll retire the side. 2 are left aboard for the Blue Jays here in the 8th inning. We're off to the 9th. It's the Blue Jays 6, the Red Sox 3. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do. Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Santiago Espinal delivers, and it's 8-7 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Back at Rogers Center, the Blue Jays in a safe situation give the ball to the kid from Markham, Jordan Romano. This pitching change is brought to you by Certainteed. Certainteed Pro all the way. 62nd appearance for Jordan Romano, 71 strikeouts in 62 innings on the hill. Comes in with 35 saves, third most in the major leagues. Second most behind Emmanuel Clase in Cleveland, who has 40. Jordan Romano yesterday made an appearance as a little bit of a sharpening audition. Only threw 13 pitches, available for a save situation today. Blue Jays with a couple of changes defensively. Bradley Zimmer is in to play center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. shifts from center over to right. Oscar Hernandez is out. Blue Jays just tightening up their outfield alignment. Christian Arroyo, Abraham Almonte, Yu Chang to face Romano. Right-hander's pitch. Slider low and away, ball one. The Blue Jays have absolutely dominated the Boston Red Sox this season. There has been no team that they have beaten more regularly and with more conviction than Boston. Swing and a miss by Arroyo, 1-1. The Blue Jays, if they hold on for the victory today, will win 16 out of the 19 head-to-head. Blue Jays have never had a better winning record against a division opponent than what they are able to establish against the Red Sox today. The 1-1 popped up, shallow and right. Back from second, Merrifield swats away Guerrero and Jackie Bradley Jr. One down. 43,877 at Rogers Center. Again, destination unknown. The Blue Jays will wrap up the regular season series in Baltimore. They'll be off regardless on Thursday, and then maybe back here at Rogers Center, maybe in Seattle. Less and less likely a trip to the Trop. Abraham Almonte steps in. Slider, strike one. Oh, 0-1 the count. Romano ready to slam the door.
Fastball's high and tight. 1 ball and 1 strike. Caleb Joseph, he will not travel to Baltimore. He'll be on your TV broadcast coming up Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. 1-1. Ground ball. Weakly struck. Right side. Picked by Guerrero. Quick exchange to Romano, who slips and slides away from first base on a throw that was behind Romano, racing over to cover. He wiped out going over to cover first base. Seems to be okay. Went down hard, though, reaching back behind him. Jose Ministral, John Schneider, out to check in on Romano. Blue Jays on Friday afternoon were out doing this exact drill. The old PFP, pitcher fielding practice. A 2-hopper handled by Vladdy, who tried to shovel it off in motion, but then laid it up behind Romano.
And that is the hardest play in that slow developing. Vladdy's moving in. They're kind of crisscrossing. So Vladdy's moving in. Romano's running backwards. Vladdy's got to really lead him. It's a tough play for a first baseman. Ben, did he get stepped on there, or?
I think the real concern for me was when his feet went out from underneath him, the bottom left leg got clipped on the base. So that leg was wrenched. I need to see one more replay. Still not sure. And Romano's kicking it out. So that's the moment of concern for me and what Romano was favoring initially. Used 2 warm-up tosses. Now we'll work on Yu Chang. Sliders outside, ball 1. Just like any other base runner, right? Sliding hard into a base. That's what Romano was doing. And that bottom left leg got caught on the bag. Kind of wrenched him. It's an abrupt stop. Pitch up and in on Chang. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, those bases go about 4 inches down into the dirt. They don't move. Not like the old-time fluffy pillows those guys like Clemente used to slide into.
The 2-0. Slider on the front hip, called a strike.
And they're hard. I mean, those bases, they are hard as a rock, which is why you see a lot of guys slipping and stuff when they wear the plastic molded spikes.
2 balls, 1 strike on Chang. Runner at first. The pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Romano seems fine. He's staying in this ball game, trying to lock up his 36th save of the season. And Rogers Center is ready to send the Blue Jays off. It is the final regular season home game. Two-two. Pop back out of play, foul. By the way, the Jays Care 50-50 jackpot will be at $3.6 million by the time this sentence ends. It is continuing to rise rapidly. Go to bluejays.com/5050. bluejays.com/5050. 2-2. Fastball, strike 3 called on the outside corner. Two out here in the ninth. In all likelihood, Toronto is back here on Friday. And that is great news for the Toronto Blue Jays. It is awesome news for the Toronto Blue Jay fan base. This place is ready. Rogers Center has been waiting for years to start rocking again in the postseason. Bobby Dahlbeck at the plate. Fouls the first pitch away past third base. Strike 1.
And everybody's gone through this collectively. Not only the fans not being able to enjoy the playoff berth in 20, but the players not being able to enjoy those fans. It's going to be a special sight if the Blue Jays are able to host that series.
Runner goes. The 0-1. Take it inside. Moving up to second. A stolen base for Almonte.
Because playing here in the playoffs, it is an advantage. It is absolutely an advantage. Being on the other side, The screaming, the yelling, it'll give you chills up your spine.
1-1. Fastball's a little off. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And don't think for a second players don't feel that, Ben. It's a factor. It plays a factor. I promise you.
We have been talking about this since 2019. The core of this Blue Jays team has been watching videos of the playoffs for years, just thinking about what it would take, thinking about what it would be like to be on the field for a home playoff game right here in Toronto.
They've experienced the playoffs, but they really haven't experienced the totality of the playoffs, playing in front of your home fans. It's unique, and especially unique to Toronto.
3-1. The pitch to Dahlbeck. Swing and a miss, and it's 3-2. They're getting up. They're out of their chairs at Rogers Center right now. The Blue Jays are trying to go 21 games over 500, the highest they've been this season. The 3-2 popped him up in the air. Shallow left center field. Zimmer calls. He's there to finish the ball game. The furthest over 500 the Blue Jays have been this season, 21 games over. They sweep the Boston Red Sox. They put down the Red Sox, winning 16 of the 19 head-to-head, and what a send-off by the Rogers Center faithful. This place is prime. The Blue Jays are ready. They've been waiting for years to return for postseason competition at Rogers Center, and they want to do it coming up on Friday night.
That's exactly right. The best word there, prime. The entire Toronto area, the entire country ready to see the Blue Jays in action. Head on to Baltimore, take care of business, decide your own fate by playing good, clean, solid Major League Baseball games like they did all series here versus the Red Sox. What can you say about the offense? What can you say about the pitching? 27 frames of zeros for the pitching throughout the entire season. A third consecutive sweep of the Blue Jays. Sweeping's tough. 3 straight series sweeps. They're peaking at the right time. Everything's trending the right way. They're such a dynamic baseball team. I love where they're going. Finishes out with 3 more solid baseball games and hopefully bring it back here to Rogers Center and let it rip.
6-3, the final score. Blue Jays over the Red Sox here this afternoon. The Toronto Blue Jays will have 3 games in Baltimore. They've got so much in front of them. They also have question marks about what happened today. The Blue Jays pitching staff in this series against the Red Sox only allowed 3 runs. That's it. But they had to do it unconventionally and maybe even alarmingly today with the loss of Kevin Gausman.
It's going to be big to see kind of what unfolds from that. Hopefully the training staff was able to catch it before it gets too much of a problem. Those blisters are really unique. Gausman only able to go 3 innings today. Great job by the bullpen coming up to cover 6 innings. You know how they do that? They do that by the offense scoring a lot of runs early so that the starters can go extended. So Yusei Kikuchi can come in, throw 3 innings worth. It's a big deal being able to have these relievers ready to go. They're primed, revved and ready. They're all clicking on all cylinders. Good time to be a Blue Jay and a Blue Jays fan.
Fans are having a fun time today at Rogers Center. They watched Teoscar Hernandez launch a pair of home runs. Whit Merrifield has the hot bat as well. He homered today. The Blue Jays go on to win 6-3 over the Boston Red Sox. Buddy, I know you're going to be really, really close to all the action this coming week in the studio with Jamie Campbell and Joe Siddle. You'll be the duration of the postseason run on the TV side. I cannot thank you enough for being such a great broadcast partner up here.
Well, it's been such a pleasure, and I want to thank you for picking me up on all the fumbles and all the newbie mistakes, and I appreciate the fans that have listened and the reaching out, and I've been fully embraced by all of you out there listening, and so thank you for letting me get my sea legs and letting me try out this side of the broadcasting. I've enjoyed it thoroughly, and I hope that you've enjoyed it as well. So thank you to not only the fans, but to Ben, such a dynamic play-by-play guy, one of the best in the business. You guys are truly blessed to have him. but thank you, everyone, for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you so much. That's Caleb Joseph. Again, you will not be without Caleb Joseph. His interpretation, his impact, and, of course, his analysis on Blue Jays Central throughout the entire 3 games against the Baltimore Orioles and through the duration of the postseason. And you can find him on all the platforms as well. Caleb Joseph doing a great job up here in the broadcast booth. We'll come back. We'll have Blue Jays talk getting started in just a couple of moments. A final score from Rogers Center that will include the totals, our play of the game, and a little bit more right after this. Your score reads the Toronto Blue Jays 6 and the Boston Red Sox 3. This is Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing.
Business IT Source, an award-winning provider of IT for business, is now part of Computer Center, one of the largest international IT solutions providers in the world. This offers large corporations the best of all worlds. Expanded capability with personalized service, including our no-cost stocking and integration, so products arrive on time and ready to deploy. Make Business IT Source and Dell Technologies part of your winning team. Business IT Source, the IT source for your business. Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve their nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Park for the final time this afternoon. The Blue Jays double up the Red Sox with a 6-3 win. Let's take you through the totals of this one as the Blue Jays move over the 500 mark by 21 games. Blue Jays are now 90-69 on the year. Totals in this one for Toronto, with the wonderment of the internet trying to mess up our totals today. The Blue Jays win this one 6-3 over the Boston Red Sox. There's plenty of action as well that we're watching on the out-of-town scoreboard, including the matchup in Houston with the Tampa Bay Rays. We've got the Seattle Mariners taking on the Oakland Athletics this afternoon as well. That will all make an impact on where the Blue Jays wrap up the rest of this week and where they will go into the wild card that will begin at the end of the week. Here are the totals in today's matchup with the Boston Red Sox. The Blue Jays are now 90-69. Red Sox with the loss, 75-84. Blue Jays 6 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. At the plate today, Toronto goes 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position, 5 men left on base. Boston scores 3 runs on 8 hits and 1 error. Red Sox 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position, 5 men left on base. The win given to Zach Pop. He is now 4-0 with the Toronto Blue Jays. Kevin Gausman started today but couldn't qualify for the win. A cut on his right middle finger led to his demise. 3 innings, 2-run ball, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, no walks. Then Zach Pop, Adam Simber, Anthony Bass, Jimmy Garcia, and Jordan Romano out of the bullpen. For Romano, his 36th save of the season. Michael Wacha got the start and loses for just the second time. Blue Jays hung 5 of the 6 runs on Wacha. He was departed after 4 innings. He struck out 4, walked 1. Wacha is now 11-2 on the year. This ball game lasted 2 hours and 50 minutes. It played out in front of 43,877. Blue Jays a 6-3 win over the Boston Red Sox. Red Sox scored first, a 2-run base hit by Bobby Dahlbach. Blue Jays then cut it in half with a solo home run that started the second inning off the bat of Teoscar Hernandez. Whit Merrifield hit his fifth with the Blue Jays, starting the third. It was a 2-2 ball game. In the bottom of the fourth inning, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. took a leadoff walk, and then Teoscar Hernandez stepped in. The 2-2, swinging a long fly ball up the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It is gone! The second home run this afternoon by Teoscar Hernandez. Each of them incredibly impressive. 14th multiple home run game for Teoscar Hernandez. This was a screamer. Up the line and left, all the way to the screen. It stayed true enough. You knew it was hit hard enough and long enough, and Teoscar Hernandez delivers a go-ahead 2-run home run. 24th and 25th of the season for Teoscar Hernandez. He is definitely marching his way to a hot close to the regular season when he delivered the pair of home runs in today's 6-3 win over the Boston Red Sox. Whit Merrifield would have 3 hits today. He would drive in a second run that put the Blue Jays in front 5-2, and then an RBI and a ground out off the bat of George Springer, where Merrifield doubled to start off the inning, moved to third on a ground out, came in on contact with the infield drawn in, and scored for the Blue Jays to give us our final 6-3. That's today's play of the game, brought to you by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Blue Jays double up Boston. 6-3 is the final score. Blue Jays now will embark on the road trip to wrap up the regular season. 3 games in Baltimore, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, late afternoon, early evening. The final regular season game might factor in. We are watching that out-of-town scoreboard very closely to figure out when and where the Blue Jays will play for the wild card. But we know what's coming up tonight. Jays Talk, Jeff Blair, Kevin Barker, they're coming up on the other side to talk about this one and the season and maybe the postseason that's in front of the Blue Jays. That's coming up in just a couple of moments. Your phone calls, texts, and tweets as well. The numbers and how to interact with the guys right after this. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. For everybody involved in the broadcast today, including the guys behind the scenes, Brett Armstrong and Tom Young, my broadcast partner, Caleb Joseph, I'm Ben Wagner. Now, as promised, your interaction and commentary from Jeff Blair, Kevin Barker with Jays Talk that begins right now.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Snyder. Just after, I think, maybe a week or so, 2 weeks after he took over as manager. And one of the things he said was, this team is so wrapped up in getting to the playoffs that once they secure a playoff spot, you may see, it's not as if the pressure is going to be off, but it almost is as if the pressure is going to be off for some of these guys, given that this was the goal all along. The first step, the necessary first step was going to the playoffs. So here we are. The Jays clinch on an off day. They go out and beat Boston 9-0. Go nuts in the clubhouse. Come out the next day, get 21 hits, their second highest hit total of the season, score 10 runs to beat Boston. And then today they beat the Red Sox 6-3. 25-3, they've outscored the Red Sox since clinching. They don't look like a different team. They look awfully, awfully confident right now, Kevin.
Yeah, they did. Well, again, this gets back to what John had mentioned, that he needs their best players to be their best players. That's sort of what's starting to happen. Is it's, the lineups longer now. Guys at the bottom of the order, Whit Merrifield, look at what he's doing. Raimel Tapia is getting on base. Danny Jansen's getting the foot down and getting it singing. The top of the order, if they're not doing it, the bottom of the order is doing it. But for me, it starts with starting pitching. Obviously not today because of the cut finger with Gausman. But the first two games, you had your two starters go 12 innings and no earned runs. Like that, that's how you look like a genius if you're John Snyder, right? It's you're just being able to run a starting pitcher out there, at least your top three guys, and sort of what you're going to get. It's going to be competitive, and it's going to give your team a chance, your lineup a chance to have one big giant inning. The Red Sox stink. I mean, let's not lie about that. But you still got to go out. And you still got to have good at bats. You still got to throw strike one. You got to be real good with two strikes when you're in the rotation. You're pitching. Their bullpen's been borderline great. Jordan Romano, you held your breath there with the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. bad flip to him when he's running to the bag. Other than that, look, you want to gain as much confidence going into it. Now, do I believe him about just getting in and that's all it's going to take? I don't think so. I think their best players still have to be their best players. But, man, getting confidence like this, if they go to Baltimore and win 2 out of 3 and just run into the playoffs, not back into it, not hop into it, if they can run into it, they're going to be a tough get for sure.
The numbers, as always, 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. If you're coming back from the ball game tonight, this afternoon, I should say, let us know. Tell us how you saw the atmosphere of that game. Let us know how you are feeling. This is the status of the Jays right now. They've got 3 games left against the Baltimore Orioles. They are in the playoffs. If the Tampa Bay Rays lose today, the Jays can finish no lower than second. So that means they're not going to be going to Tampa for a playoff. They're not going to Cleveland for a playoff. That's if the Rays lose. Going into today, the Jays needed to go 2-0 in their next 2 games. Or I should say, if the Jays went 2-0 in their next 2 games, and they've already won one of those, and the Mariners lost both of those games, the Jays could end up clinching home field advantage on Monday. Now, something to keep in mind about the Mariners, we've already said they've got a weak schedule. They actually have an extra game as well because they've got a doubleheader against Detroit coming up. So they are going to have an extra game. And I guess, Kevin, your best case scenario if you're the Blue Jays is you get this wrapped up. You get home field wrapped up as soon as possible. I mean, I think John Schneider essentially put the whole Alek Manoah thing to rest the past couple of days. It's pretty clear that they would like Alek Manoah to start the first game of the playoffs. But we've got to talk about Kevin Gausman. There's a lot of positives from today, obviously. Whit Merrifield, Teoscar Hernandez with, 2 of the loudest home runs you're going to see. But, Kevin, we've got to talk about Kevin Gausman. Leaves the game in the 3rd inning with a cut on his finger. And I tweeted out a link to a story that Arden Zwelling did in spring training this year about Kevin Gausman's routine, taking care of that specific finger, the middle finger, because that's where that finger does a lot of the work when Kevin Gausman throws his pitches. So a cut finger, it's not a blister, it's a cut finger. Give me, man, you've never pitched and had a cut finger, so I can't ask you what that feels like. But do you see any way at all that this has an impact on the Jays pitching decisions?
Nope, but just it seems to me like it was. Well, you go back and look at it, and I think after the base hit that he gave up to the 8-hole hitter, he threw 18 pitches. He threw 6 split fingers. So it didn't seem like it was a big deal throwing a split finger. I know he probably wanted to throw a couple of more, maybe the break on it, the late movement, the tunneling, all those things that went into it. I just like that I heard that it was a cut finger, not a blister. Blisters, right. You can't put salve on that or whatever they're going to put on it. They're going to make some miracle serum to stick his finger in and make him walk around with it and make sure they dose it in it as much as they can possibly, put on it on the flight.
Pickle juice.
Absolutely. Whatever. Well, that's for a blister though. That's not
blisters,
for a cut.
I know.
Yeah. So that for me, I think is the best case scenario, that it's a cut. They'll take care of it as best as possible. They won't let him throw. Obviously, that's the reason why he doesn't throw the split finger in his side sessions, is because he wants to save his finger. Like, there's a lot of pressure on that finger. He's trying to do different things to it to break in different ways in certain counts to certain kinds of hitters. So there's a lot of pressure on that finger. For me, absolutely not. He'll be making his next start, and that'll be in the playoffs, either game 1 or game 2. I'm assuming game 2.
So, Kevin, give me where you think this team is going into the 3 games in Baltimore. Pitching, defense, and hitting.
I think they're confident. Look, I think they got the rotation lined up the way it is. I think all the question marks about Jose Barrios, who's going to be the third starter, that's not even a question anymore. You don't even think about that twice. You got your 3 guys lined up. They've gotten past the Alek Manoah pitching in 162 to get home field advantage. They would rather have him pitching game 1 than 162, which makes a ton of sense, right? You'd rather have your best. If you're going to get beat with your best. I think that's all lined up. I think their lineup has tons of confidence. I think Teoscar, it's amazing how when you're hitting, how much better you run around the bases, how much harder you run around the bases. I don't want to be a little Debbie Downer, but it is amazing. And I've said this.
Teoscar's a bit of a front runner.
Well, most of them are. I mean, I was a baseball player. When I was hitting, I was a better player all the way around. Better base runner, better defender. I was a nicer dude, Jeff, when I was hitting. These guys ain't no different. That's the way they make their living. I think if you can get a little bit more from Matt Chapman, your bottom of the lineup seems to be fighting for playoff for playing time, which is a big deal. Like that is a driving force when you want to be a part of something. You want to be on the field, and the only way you can make some money is to actually play. So you're seeing a little bit of that competition at the bottom of the order. Now, if they can just get Chappie going a little offensively, start trying not guessing as much. He looks to me like he's guessing. He looks like he's guessing wrong. So whatever he's doing off the field, he needs to start doing a little bit better, translating that on the field. If they can get him going, again, with the 3 starters that they have, with the way their bullpen's throwing, I guess the only maybe thing you might be a little worried about is catching the routine ball. If they catch the routine ball in the playoffs, don't let the lights get too bright for them. Their team's good enough. And now, how good is it? Maybe, after the 3 games they have to go up against Houston, we'd find out. But I think they're good enough to get past that just because of their confidence, their starting rotation, and the back end of their bullpen.
416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590 on the text line. The Jays, 6-3, they've beaten the Boston Red Sox. 25-3, they've outscored the Red Sox in this series. 16-3 in the season series. That can't be put any other way. The Toronto Blue Jays are the reason the Boston Red Sox are nowhere near a wild card spot. They are. Yeah. Well, they are. Yeah. The Toronto Blue Jays almost single-handedly eliminated the Boston Red Sox this year. Yeah, I guess you want to flip it in the head. You could say the Boston Red Sox have helped the Toronto Blue Jays stay afloat as well. We talked about the bottom of the order, Kevin, and we know that Santiago Espinal, the news is good in him. It seems as if he may see action in Baltimore and be ready for the postseason. And Santiago Espinal is a great defender, went to the All-Star game. But Kevin Barker, Whit Merrifield, what now? I think he's hitting 10 of his last 11 games. I was looking at 10 of his last 11 games. Kevin, he's raised his batting average by 10 points in like 10 days, which is not an easy thing to do. How does he factor into this thing going into the playoffs?
He's starting at second base. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Santiago Espinal probably won't get enough playing time to be sharp enough to be the game 1 starter at second base. Whit Merrifield's doing everything that they're right now asking him to do. Yeah, you could tell he's trying too hard. He had a little sway in his swing. He looked like a worm. His swing from his lower half to his upper half, a little sway to it. That made him try and catch up with his barrel, which is never a good thing. He's a guesser too. He guesses location a lot. You see that I kept track. What did I see? The first 2 at bats, he'll guess location, right? He'll see a ball away, then he's guessing in. It's like the home run that he hit. He got the 0-0 pitch away for a fastball. He's thinking to himself, no way he's going to double up on that. So I'm going to guess location in. He gets it. Doesn't have to guess pitch. I think for me anyway, this is why he's had a little down year. Sometimes I think he guesses too much. Just so happens right now he's guessing right when he gets it because he's not swaying as much. He's a little bit more connected. He's got a little bit better coil. He's got some better separation from his hands and his front foot in that athletic position. He's athletic. He's got great instincts. You see the play that he made with the little deflection from Bo, like he caught it and he throws it, and he's very athletic. That little play instinct-wise that he's trying to get the lead runner instead of taking the runner at first base. It's like just little things, right? Early in games or, early in innings where you need that to take that pressure off that pitcher. You need that veteran guy who's been there and done it before. For me, it's the starting second baseman in the playoffs, plain and simple.
416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Mark from Toronto on the text line, especially now with Fingergate. We're already calling it Fingergate. With Fingergate in play, do you throw Stripling game 2 and have Gosman as the stopper, or ideally as game 1 in the ALDS? This is something, Mark, thanks for the text. Kevin, something that you have to at least think about, I think.
I think they've already thought about that. I think John has mentioned that, but that they'd rather have maybe Gosman going in game 3. This, for me, all depends on how game 1 goes. If you lose game 1, it's Gosman throwing in game 2. You're not going to throw your second best pitcher in an elimination game. So that would be out the window. But if you got a chance and you win game 1, and you may take your chances with Strip being able to throw the kitchen sink, especially now that the sinker to both hitters, like he's in love with the 2-seamer now, which is a big deal. So I kind of like that. So I'd be okay with him pitching game 2. But for me, it's all being determined on game 1. If they win it, maybe. If they lose it, it's definitely 100% for me, Gosman.
The Jays are 21 games over 500. That is the most games they've been over 500 this year. If you want to talk about peaking at the right time, the Jays certainly, at least from this vantage point, seem to be doing that. They will play the Baltimore Orioles 3-game series starting tomorrow. Thursday is an off day. We know that. And then it's a matter of whether or not the Jays have home field advantage. We know they're in the playoffs. It's looking very much as if they won't be facing Tampa, or they won't be and won't be facing Cleveland. So it looks very much as if it's going to come down to playing Seattle in Seattle or playing Seattle here. And again, if you are the Blue Jays, I think it's become pretty clear that that home field advantage is very much in the forefront of this team's mind. Danny Jansen, we haven't even talked about Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette still a terrific September/October, but Danny Jansen, the game he had yesterday, and he just missed a home run in his third at bat. Danny's turned into, when we saw him hitting in the 6th spot today, he's turned into a dependable hitter, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Well, for me, this is one of those years. This is a must year for him. Like you can't just be a catcher. Like you got to be, especially in 2022, you got to add a little something at the bottom of the lineup. You got to become who you are offensively. And I really do think Kirky, with hitting the way Kirky's been hitting, has pushed Danny. I've been there before. Yep. I know how that feels. Like that guy in front of you's doing well, and he's taking your playing time. You better get it down and get it singing. And I think Danny has really good movement and rhythm with his hands. When you see that, and he can feel the barrel, he can beat the pitch to the spot. When he beats him to the spot, he can pull it. When he can pull it, he's got good hand-eye coordination. He can tend to create some backspin and hit the ball out of the yard. And that's what they're trying to do all the time, which is kind of fun to watch.
Ian in Midland, you want to talk about Bo Bichette?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Going well, Ian. What's up?
Good. So I just wanted to ask you guys, have you guys noticed, like, the attitude in Bichette these days? Like, I know he's hitting what he's hitting, and it's good to see that. But, like, yesterday caught my eye when he was in the dugout after he was pulled. He was really having fun with the guys, and he felt like he wanted to be there, and he was smiling and joking. He gave that nice hug to Vladdy, and it's nice to see that. And I just wanted to know if you guys, and what does that mean going into the playoffs? Does it mean like he's going to be that team player he always is, and we're going to see the fun Bo Bichette again like we used to see?
Yeah, thanks for the call. I mean, it depends if Bo makes the plays defensively. I think that'll have a lot to do with it. I'd kind of beware of reading too much into what you see in the dugout when the camera pans over there. Unless you have a camera on the dude for the whole game, you really don't know. You really don't know what he's like. We do know this. There were times, and John Schneider talked about this, and other people talked about it. There were times this year where Bo's hitting it was really wearing on him, and he's talked about it. It was really wearing on him. And I guess the concern some people might have is the hitting's come around, and he's still at times certainly in that Yankee series, at times, it was a little sloppy, even while he was hitting. This is where the long year, I think, comes into play at this point in time. I think Bo plays a lot of baseball, and he's obviously happy with it. He's obviously fine with it. The team, is obviously comfortable with it. But I do think every now and then you just have to kind of accept what a guy is doing and not try to read anything more into it. Everything we've heard from Bo is he's a good teammate. Does he wear his emotions in his sleeve? Usually he does when it's not going well.
Performance driven.
Yeah, exactly. I would just leave it at that. I think as long as Bo is hitting, he's, it's only natural you're going to see him to be a little more effervescent. But I mean, I was there on Friday. It seemed like the regular Bo to me.
I think it's a collection of a bunch of things. I think it's that what he's doing off the field is starting to translate to on the field. He's been having some real issues offensively with, do I do a 2-strike approach? How high do I kick my leg? Where's my hands going? Why is my barrel not getting in the hitting zone? All those things that Bo does really well when he's going really well that he wasn't doing at the beginning of the season. Now he's consistently doing that, and it's translating. And Jeff, I've been there where you try so hard off the field and just for whatever reason, it ain't working. And then that just ticks you off. And does that make you a bad teammate? Absolutely not. That makes you a guy who wants to perform for your team, your organization, and your country. And I just think for me, when I watch Bo, it is, that's sort of where he's at. Is his team's really good right now. He's really good. And I think all the hard work that he feels like he's doing off the field is starting to translate on the field.
Jennifer in Toronto, you want to talk about the Jays' potential first-round matchups?
Yeah, I'm pessimistic because I have tickets. I mean, they're nosebleed. But Seattle, remember, has 4 games upcoming against Detroit Tigers. We have 3 against Baltimore. We don't have our best pitching lineup against Baltimore. Seattle, I think, if they win today against Oakland, they stranded bases loaded, no out. They have a pretty easy run at it. I wish even if we tied, they have the tiebreaker or whatever. Yeah. So I'm just thinking, I've already resigned myself, not to be pessimistic, to playing in Seattle. The good news is Seattle is not hitting much, even against crap teams. So I'd rather play Seattle than Tampa or Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want any part of Cleveland. I've been saying that for a while. By the way, Houston is leading the Tampa Bay Rays 3-1. So that would eliminate that would, if Tampa goes on to lose that game, that means the Jays can finish no lower than second and would eliminate any possibility of them going to Tampa or them going to Cleveland.